Hello, Washington, and welcome to the Big Ten, and welcome to the Penn State Whiteout, and welcome to my live play-by-play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube, as the Washington Huskies howl into Happy Valley to take on the 6th-ranked Penn State Nittany Lions. So thanks for tuning in and watching. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. As always, as well, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that red subscribe button, notification button next to it as well to stay up to date. Once again, links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Hoping for a Penn State victory this evening, as kickoff is about 15 minutes away on Peacock. Hence the beat in the background, as coverage will begin shortly. So says the NBC Peacock app. So Whiteout this evening, as the blue and white will celebrate 20 years of whiting out Beaver Stadium, 1 week after setting a new attendance record of 111,000 plus last week in the loss to the Ohio State Buckeyes. But obviously that was then, this is now. To take care of business, the rest will sort itself out. We'll get into that in a little bit. But yeah, Penn State now 7-1. They're 6th in the country. We had a few upsets earlier today. We'll get into some stats and scores as well. So once again, take care of business, rest will sort itself out. You're going to be A-OK. But thumbs up button, share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well, as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off, with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors and Kinder tub form shakers from Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke, L-U-K-E-123, that's Luke123, for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, a secondhand resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less, and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. It's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts, so be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS for 10% off as well. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, found on Amazon. So once you go check that out, if that doesn't interest you, you might as well be what the title says. And if you haven't done so already, also be sure to scan the QR code behind me, as Washington at Penn State coming up momentarily. We'll also be watching Alabama and LSU, among Maryland, Oregon, and Virginia Pitt, I might add, here this November Saturday night. So yeah, hopefully everybody, as I did over the past week, ate a lot of cupcakes and peanut butter cups to get over last week's loss, as the Lions fell to the Buckeyes 20-13. Obviously, tough game, tough loss, but once again, you got to get over it and continue to move on and continue to go out and play. So just from frustration to see if they can blow off some steam this evening. It's just back to the basics, control what you can control. It's one game, it's one loss. Yeah, tough one once again, but you still got 4 more, and it starts tonight. So we'll see what happens. But along with eating those cupcakes and peanut butter cups, as Election Day was this past week, hopefully everybody voted for the black sheep and Mike Donnelly, I might add, as well. And once again, hello, Washington, and welcome to the Penn State Whiteout. If you know, you know. But yeah, just once again, from then until now, it's been a long week with the loss. It's obviously happy Tuesday night into Wednesday, and since then, but from that game to this game, it's like, well, now here we are again. How are they going to start? Because we know how Penn State starts versus how they finish. We know how the defense plays in the second half. Obviously you want to run the football. Drew Aller's going to have to make some plays tonight because Washington's got a stout passing defense. So just we'll get into everything here. Just how do they bounce back? Because you're 7-0, now you're 7-1. Obviously, you're not going to win them all. You're going to lose every once in a while. Nobody's perfect. But you just can't allow that, to affect one thing into two, et cetera, et cetera. We saw how 21 was, because from 22 and 23, now here in 24, yeah, it's the same old. You can't beat Michigan, you can't beat Ohio State, but you can beat everybody else. But just Washington's a good team. You give them credit. They're 5-4. Obviously, they're not who they were last year, going to the national championship game and losing to Michigan. But neither is Penn State, the same team that they were, last year. So obviously, that's why I play a game. It's out on paper, it's out on the field. We'll see how the night goes. To me, I just have a feeling it's going to go one way or the other, in which it's going to be your typical Penn State game, or they're going to go out and do what they probably should have done last week. So, it's all about momentum, and keeping it. So, can they do that tonight? Just long story short, okay? Because if they can and they can run the football, they'll be fine. Obviously, both teams are same margin in the turnover battle, +3. But just how do they bounce back? Because you can't have one loss turn into two. So blow off some steam, control, take care of business, the rest sort itself out. And so he says, head coach James Franklin says he's looking into the mirror harder than anyone else. So take that for what it's worth. But that's why I said you just got to go back to the basics. Football, first day of practice, you learn how to tackle. Defense in the open field, they have trouble doing that. Last week was a battle up front. Whoever was, controlling the line of scrimmage was winning, and overall throughout the full 60, whoever won the line of scrimmage was going to win and ended up winning, and that was Ohio State, not Penn State, because they couldn't even get a fucking yard on goal to go on 4 different occasions to tie the game up. Okay, so we'll see if they can get at least one, if not more than that, in yardage tonight or not, because if not, they're going to be up shit creek without a paddle. So line of scrimmage, see if they can get 1 yard. Running game, run it, stop it, but you got to have balance, you got to have consistency, you got to have some rhythm build up, you got to have momentum on your side. Once you do, you got to keep it. You can't let it slip. They were up 10-0 last week, and they end up losing 20-13 as they had to settle for a few field goals, a little too much. So obviously is what it is. Has 111,000 in attendance, set a new Beaver Stadium attendance record, and very quiet on the way out, no doubt about it. But tonight, 20 years of Penn State whiteouts dating back to 2004, in which began against a Purdue Boilermaker team led by Joe Tiller. After Drew Brees, they had Kyle Orton. So see if Penn State can hit an RKO on the Washington Huskies this evening. So 20 years of whiteouts. Obviously a lot of Michigan and Ohio State, but the first one was Purdue, Ohio State in 05, Michigan in 06. The first full stadium whiteout was in 2007 against Notre Dame. I had Illinois in 08, Iowa in 09, Michigan in 10. Crimson Tide rolled in 11 in Joe Paterno's final season. And then from 12 to 19, it was Ohio State, Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan. The COVID season in 20, so obviously no fans in attendance for a whiteout then, unfortunately. But then the past few years, as Penn State's actually won 4 consecutive whiteout games, dating back to Michigan in 19. The last loss was Ohio State in 18 when they lost by a point in a game they should have won. So then if they would have won that, you got to go all the way back to 15 would have been the last loss in the whiteout, because they won in 16, won in 17, lost in 18, but won in 19. Obviously the COVID season once again. But then Auburn in 21, Minnesota 2 years ago, and Iowa, if you can recall, Penn State shut out the Hawkeyes and held Iowa to less than 100 total yards in the rain, as Penn State won 31-0. And then you have Washington this evening, as them, Oregon, USC, and UCLA have joined the conference, and this will be the final game for Penn State against one of those 3 former Pac-12 teams this year. Obviously not playing Oregon this year. They already hosted UCLA, went to USC, and Washington this evening. Penn State at Washington, I might add, in 2026. And then, as I also mentioned as well, we're also going to be watching a few other games. 2 main ones, obviously, with Washington, Penn State, but the other, Alabama and LSU, as the Tide have rolled in to Baton Rouge to take on the Tigers, as Mike the Tiger has returned to the sideline, as LSU has the live mascot in a Bengal tiger live on the field. I mean, shit, why the hell can't Penn State have a mountain lion? Well, why don't they have a mountain lion on the field for a live mascot for the blue and white? Beats me, but if LSU can, from Death Valley to Happy Valley, why not? Obviously, like I said as well, not the Washington team from last year. They were undefeated, won the Pac-12, beat Texas in the Sugar Bowl in the playoff, and then ended up losing to Michigan in the national championship game. Obviously, they're without Kalen DeBoer, and the offense they had that got them to that point now as Jed Fish replaces. Washington's been able to win at home. They've been able to win on the road, though. Okay? They do have a loss, neutral site, against Washington State in the Apple Cup. But their 5 wins have come at Husky Stadium. 1 loss against Washington State. The other 3 losses are at Rutgers. Game they should have won. Special teams was a factor that Friday night a couple months ago. And they also lost at Indiana and at Iowa. And now they howl into Happy Valley to the Huskies this evening. So we'll see what gives. I'm sure something will. So Jed Fish at the helm. You'll have Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick's sons as their offense and defensive coordinators, respectively. Former Mississippi State quarterback under Mike Leach. Will Rogers, the quarterback. All-time series history. Penn State and Washington have met before, if you did not know. Last meeting was 2017 in the Fiesta Bowl. Penn State won 35-28 to cap off that campaign. Before then, it was the 1983 Aloha Bowl, the day after Christmas, December the 26th, 1983, a year after Penn State had won their first national championship in 1982. But you got to go the whole way back to 1921, as Penn State does lead the all-time series 3-0, tonight being the 4th all-time meeting. But you got to go back the whole way to 1921, not 2021, not 3 years ago, 103 years ago, 1921, as Penn State went to Seattle and played at Washington against the Huskies. And a game they won, obviously, because they won then, they won in 83, and they won in 17. But that was the first meeting, and that was the last regular season meeting until tonight, because they met in bowl games the other 2 times. So, might add on November the 9th, Penn State is 9-6-1. They've lost on this date twice in a row. 5 years ago in 19 at Minnesota, and then 6 years prior to that also at Minnesota. So Penn State hasn't won on November the 9th in 22 years, dating back to 2002. So we'll see if they can turn the tide there and get back in the win column. And like I said, we'll see how this game goes. We know how Penn State starts versus how they finish. We know how the Penn State defense plays in the second half. But it's really going to come down to, I think, can they run the damn ball? Can they stop the run? Obviously, time of possession, turnover margin as well. But the Penn State passing attack versus Washington's pass defense, they're number one in the Big Ten and number two in the country. Okay? So Drew Aller is going to have to make some plays. And that's where the run game comes into play. Can you keep him off balance? Can you run enough to then throw and keep him guessing? And then flip-flop it and just pass to run to pass. Do what you're going to do. Just move the football, okay? Get first downs. Take some shots. We know how this Penn State offense is in explosive plays. Just score points. We'll see if they can finally find the end zone with the new script, the new design, because they couldn't score in it last week. So run the damn ball, stop the run. Both teams, like I said, are +3 in turnover margin. Penn State is favored by about 2 touchdowns at about 13.5, 14, depending on where you look, over, under, around 48. And then it's a nice night. Clear skies, upper 30s, low 40s. Wind might be a factor. It's been windy the past 2 Fridays, but then for the most part, from then until now through the week, it's been calm. So we'll see, especially at night in Happy Valley, we know how the wind can get. As we're about a minute away from the top of the hour. I don't know if I'm going to have to exit this, get back in, or it's just going to automatically take me to the game or what. We are on Peacock this evening for the game with Washington and Penn State. They say coverage will begin shortly with the Big Ten logo, so only time will tell. It is 8 o'clock now. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. We'll also have stats and scores. We're going to recap last week, recap today, preview next week as well. So stay tuned for all that a little bit later on. And then just see how the game goes. See if the offense can score. Defense can score. I mean, they had a pick 6 last week. And then after that, not much on either side. We'll see what it comes down to. We'll see what the soup is, and go from there. I mean, it should honestly be a good game, but once again, like I said, only time's going to tell. So it is 8 o'clock. It says coverage is going to begin shortly. Okay, there we go. I was about ready to exit out, get back into it, but they take us right to it. Washington, Penn State from Beaver Stadium in Happy Valley, University Park, Pennsylvania State College. It is a Penn State whiteout against the Huskies as the blue and white are about to take the field. So, can feel it coming in the air tonight as they fell to 7-1 after the loss last week and try to bounce back and see if they can take care of business. And it's going to get real hot and wild if they lose one of these next 4. I can probably guarantee you that, depending on what else happens. And we are Penn State, but blue and white take the field, as it is Veterans Day weekend as well. Shout out to our troops. Thanks for your service, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. Just weird, Penn State hosting Washington. Like, they're a Pac-8, Pac-10, Pac-12 school. It'd only be a matchup in the bowl season, but just with conference realignment. Obviously, they already hosted UCLA a month ago, went to USC. Here you have Washington this evening, as they're about to take the field as well, leaving the visitors' locker room and the skinny walkway they build for respect the visitor. So nice of them to also wear white during the whiteout. White tops, purple pants with their gold helmets, the block purple W. Franklin interview before the game. The environment. Big roll tonight, he says. This crowd's going to be hot. And they always are, regardless if it's a whiteout or not. But they're still going to have to go out and play. You know, the fans aren't playing. They're not coaching either, and neither am I. But these players are going to go out and fucking play. So they'll take a break, and we'll get back to it here shortly. But we'll see how it goes, you know? Because, like I said, I'm feeling it's going to go one or two ways. It's going to be a typical Penn State game, which is probably going to be the case. I mean, I'd hope they blow off some steam. You know, you're in front of a national audience, and hopefully they can do tonight what they should have done last week. Because, I mean, you think about it. Still one play here, one play there. Goes their way. Obviously it didn't, but run game, you know. And Washington, teams are more similar than they are different. Like, don't let the 5-4 record fool you. You know, Will Rogers can sling it. You know, he played for Mike Leach, for God's sakes, in the air raid. So, like, he's gonna be throwing it all over the place if they let him. You know, see how they call plays, but also how do they play, you know, in this environment, because they're not used to playing in front of 110,000 people. Because, I mean, shit, the most in the Pac-10, Pac-12 for a stadium that they would have played in front of would have, you know, been close to probably 90,000. You know, USC and UCLA. They say 42 degrees, 2-mile-an-hour winds, but special teams, you know, from the return game on kickoffs, punts, take your points while you can get them. Yeah, just we'll see what happens. I don't really know what else to say until this game gets kicked off. I've said what I've said. You know, it's just hope they can go play Penn State football, you know, and just get back on track. So Gabe Owusu will kick off left or right across the television screen right in on dial. And we'll have a return from a yard deep. And broken tackle, 25 to the 30-yard line on the return. So be 1st and 10 UW. Huskies will start off from there. Defense needs stops. They need to stop the run. They need to get pressure, force turnover. You know, feed off the crowd, obviously. But from the 30, 1st and 10, fake the give, roll out far side, and the flat caught and pushed out of bounds after about an 8-yard pickup, so 2nd and short. And like I said, we'll see. We'll see. So 2nd and 2 from the 38. And they'll run a draw and get a 1st down. So 1st and 10, they'll run another draw up the middle. And about a yard before being brought down by number 7, Zion Tracy, who had the pick 6 last week. It's the Penn State defense in the second half more than anything else. They still can't tackle, and they still can't cover the slant. It's been like that all year. It's nothing new. 2nd and 9, they might have jumped off sides again. Might have jumped off sides for sure again. Jesus fucking Christ. See what the call is. And they say offside on Penn State. So 2nd and 4, Rogers avoids a sack, and then he goes down. Kobe King, the 3rd and long here for Washington. Mark it at 3rd and officially... That's a false start. Yep, back him up some more, so it's 3rd and even longer. Be 3rd and 14. Keep it up. Yeah. We weren't fucking joking. Empty set. And he's going to roll out and dump it off. But Penn State with the tackle. After about a 2-yard pickup. A.J. Harris. Flag on the play. So the dirty laundry is here from the Zebras. Hold on the defense, of course. It's going to be automatic 1st down. God. Just stupidity, you know? Just shoot yourselves in the foot. A good call, but still. Especially when you had them off the field and you give a penalty, new set of downs, we'll see what they do off of it. Ball at 48. And they'll run an option far side. Carter with a missed tackle. And then Wheatley pushes them out of bounds. So they're into Penn State territory now. 2nd and about 4 coming up. Jesus Christ. From the 45. And they'll run it again up the middle. Another 1st down. I mean, give them credit. They're doing what they want to do right now, and that's shut everybody up. It's just Penn State's beating themselves more than they're beating them. Trips in a bunch, top of your screen. And they'll come back near side over the middle on a slant. It falls incomplete. So 2nd down, 2nd and 10. 10:52 to play in this 1st quarter. As this drive has continued because of penalties. Come on, defense. I mean, seriously, come on. Up under center is Rogers. They'll motion a man far side, run it. And about a yard, maybe 2. Where's the play action pass at? That's what I'm waiting for. Because they better be fucking ready for it. There's the big ugly. Ball the 38. I mean, force an incomplete. Sack them. Don't give up, 5-7 yards, let alone a first down, which they do anyway. Jesus Christ. So they're definitely in field goal range now. Because I was going to say, well, if you can hold them out of field goal range, let alone, let them attempt a long field goal, make or miss, all right, you're down 3, you get the ball back with some decent starting field position, but they can't cover that fucking slant. They couldn't cover it against West Virginia. They couldn't cover it against Bowling Green. They sure as hell couldn't cover it against Kent State, who still hasn't fucking won. And they couldn't cover against Illinois, UCLA, USC, Wisconsin, or Ohio State last week. And it's continuing that against Washington. I mean, come on. You thought by now they would have fucking learned how to cover the slant over the middle. It's November the 9th. Not fucking April. It's not spring ball. Second down from the 27. Another, guess what? Slant over the middle caught. Be 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. Yeah, manageable situations. That's how they've been able to convert. And remember, this drive has stayed alive because of a 3rd down penalty against a Penn State defense on a hold that gave them an automatic first down, and they've just kept driving on. And they're going to fucking score here, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, to take up half the quarter and take a lead on the road. Third and 4 from the 23. And they'll run it, and a tackle for loss back to the 28. So about a 45, 46-yard field goal coming up. 8:25 and counting to play in the first. So finally get off the field, force a field goal. But drive should have been over 4 minutes ago. So 45-yard field goal attempt, they say. It'll be from right hash, it looks like. And high snap, hold down, kick is up and doinked it. And it's no good. No good. Penn State holds. That has to hurt. That has to suck. High snap, hold down, laces out, so he just doinked it off the right upright, and then it really couldn't tell where the ball went, if it went in or bounced back out, because it went center, and then obviously you have the bottom part of the goalpost, and it's no good with the signal from the refs. So after all of that, and we got, 7 and change to play here in the opening quarter. Remember, last week, Penn State took up half the first quarter and got a field goal. And then 3 plays later, the pick six, they're up 10-0. But then Ohio State marched back and scored 14 unanswered. And a little bit more than that. And ended up winning the game. But that has to suck for Washington. Especially on the road. Because for them, they don't know when they're going to get points. If any at all. I'm not saying they're not going to, but like I said, they have not been able to win on the road this year. They lost at Indiana, lost at Iowa, but remember, before then, they lost at Rutgers at night. It was on a Friday night, here we're on a Saturday night, but special teams was an issue for them then as well. As they missed the potential game-winning field goal. And as time expired, or else they would have won that game. And they'd be 6-3 right now if everything else goes the way it has, not 5-4. But they drove as far as they drove. Defensive hold on Penn State, but like obviously got to clean that up. And then just let them march downfield, get a couple first downs, and then obviously you do get a stop. But then they doink it. It's not like they missed it, you know. Like, obviously it's still a miss at the end of the day, but like a normal miss is, well, wide right, wide left, just short. Doink is as bad as you completely shanked it the whole way to center hall, okay? Like, doinked it, bounced back, it's no good, and Penn State's going to set up shop, 1st and 10 now, 28-yard line. Another couple yards onto that, to the hold spot, and then the kick. There's the Husky. The mascot, along with cheerleaders, have arrived. So 1st and 10 Penn State here out of the pistol from the 28-yard line to start this drive off. And they'll run it for 2-3 yards up the middle to the 30-yard line. 2nd down. So obviously Drew Allard quarterback, two-headed monster in the backfield. Nice 1-2 punch when they're running strong. And Nick Singleton, who's become more of a pass catcher running back. And then the fat man, Katron Allen. Somebody still has to step up at fucking wide receiver. You know, I mean, it's just absolutely pathetic. From Harrison Wallace to Julian Fleming to Omari Evans to Liam Clifford and on down the roster, that not one, let alone two of them have, you know, really done anything significant. Hence why I look at Tyler Warren and the seasons he's been having, you know, a tight end. But it still starts up front. You got to be able to block to run the football. They do there on that play. Get a 1st down run far side. Singleton for about 9 yards. Quick bubble screen far side, low, incomplete, time for Wallace. But yeah, starts up front. You got to be able to block to run the football. And you got to be able to block to protect your quarterback. Okay? And that's what I said with Aller up against Washington's pass defense, which is number 1 in the Big Ten and number 2 in the country. Number 1 in the Big Ten of 18 teams, number 2 in the country with one team ahead of them, and then another 133 behind them with 135, give or take, that are in the D1 level and all college football now in the 2024 season and, you know, into the future as we sit here. Slant over the middle caught Wallace. 3rd down, though, you know, because remember, they got the 1st down. Bubble screen was incomplete, that pass catch. For what, 4 yards, maybe 5 yards? It was a high throw, but he was able to catch it and bring it in. So 3rd and 5 is manageable. Singleton will motion back into the backfield. So out of the gun, 3, top of your screen. Evans to the bottom of your screen. Evans is that deep threat, but he's been held without some catches lately. Aller over the middle, caught, 1st down. Back to Wallace. All right, well, he is the number 1, so get him the ball. They do. Another nice catch. And another Penn State 1st down. But they got to keep it going. And they do offensively, we talked about it all season, do work better in a hurry-up mode. You know, once they get going, get some rhythm momentum on their side, and they roll, it's boom, 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 and, you know, 3-6 points, make it 7. For the most part. Not all the time, but run a draw near side. And another 4 or 5 yards into the red zone. Pour that Del Grosso sauce for 6. 2nd down. Maybe pour it into a blizzard with this Penn State offense. There's Andy Kotelnicki. Tom Allen, the DC. And Tim Allen, his partner in home improvement, Richard Karn, Al, a UW alum. They run a reverse near side, and boom, big hit. So, third down. Yeah, they faked the run, and then they ran a reverse near side with Amari Evans, and he gets about a yard before he gets leveled. And he's a little shaken up. He might have got his bell rung. And now we got a whistle. And are they going to look at this? Potential targeting. The replay has initiated a review for potential targeting. I mean, you do see the helmet to helmet on the big hit, but that's just a fucking tackle in football. Like, I'll take the penalty if it comes down to it. You hate to see the kid get ejected for it. He'll be out the rest of the game. But that's just a fucking tackle, There's nothing he can do different than what he didn't already do. But I will take the penalty. I'm not going to complain about that. So give me the first down. If they do say it's targeting and then he's ejected, DQ'd, and first down Penn State, they'll definitely be knocking on the door. It should be goal to go then at that point. And, see if they can punch it in. Obviously, as we go to break, they're thinking about it in the meantime, so hopefully they tell us something good when we return. But yeah, can they get a yard when they get down to the goal line or not? That's going to be the big question here tonight. They have yet to score a touchdown at home with these new end zones. On offense. They did it on defense last week, and they kicked a couple field goals. But they couldn't fucking do it on offense, to save their damn life. So, I mean, they're still in a good spot regardless if this is a penalty or not. But it's going to be third down compared to first down. And then as well, what do you do versus, do you settle for 3 then? Or do you try to punch it in if it, goes your way? But just, we'll see here. Obviously, they didn't call it on the field. It came from up above. So they obviously saw, something that the Zebras couldn't because they need LASIK. But, yeah, just leave it at that, and we'll go from there. Alabama's leading LSU, Oregon's leading Maryland, and Virginia's at Pitt right now. So we all know for the collegiate team in the Steel City what they can do. But here we go, Steelers tomorrow at 1, as Penn State is hosting the Washington Huskies tonight. Pittsburgh Steelers will head to... it is targeting on the defense. So it'll be half the distance rather than 15 yards. Automatic first down for Penn State, and then he's thrown out. Yeah. 4:09 to play in the first quarter, I might add, too. So first and goal now, Penn State. See if they can punch it in. But yeah, the Steelers play in D.C. tomorrow. Landover, Maryland, against the Washington Redskins, the football team Commanders. So be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube for those live play watch longer actions as well. From the 8, first and goal, Penn State, and Perbula finds the end zone, touchdown. And we are Penn State. So they strike while the iron's hot and drive and score after really lucking out on a doinked 45-yard field goal by UW after, their drive they had to begin the game. And then they drive a couple situations. It's like, all right, they might punt here, but get a couple first downs, penalty, one play before the touchdown. And Perbula, out of the gun, quarterback draw, kept himself the whole way and got blocked by Singleton. And into the end zone, across the goal line, so to speak, and And now, of course, the previous play is under further review, so they're going to think about it some more, and hopefully they tell us something good. In the meantime, it's 6-0. Extra point to come if this stands. Here's a replay of it. He dove head first, held on the ball. Knees down right there. Ball's right on the goal line. Obviously, you have to find an bit of evidence to overturn it. Yeah, it was rolled touchdown on the field, so they have enough to overturn it. That's the thing, because if not, it's going to stand. It might not be confirmed, but it's going to stand. We'll see what they say. I mean, if not, it's what, 2nd and goal at the inch line? Can they get an inch, you know? Once again, touchdown on the field, so they have to find this bit of evidence to return it. After review, stands, touchdown. Wasn't confirmed, but it stands. It's still a touchdown. And it's 6-0 Penn State. Come on down, Ryan Barker, and attempt this PAT. 3:47 to play in the first. Yeah, like I said, Perbuel out of the gun. It was a quarterback draw the whole way. More so an option than anything else. But Singleton decided to block for him up ahead, and he, ran in, touchdown. They looked at it, still touchdown. Extra point up and good. Penn State leads Washington 7-0. So we'll update some stats and scores here as we'll go to break, but another replay of the touchdown, and the blue and white now have the lead. So we'll get back to the action shortly. Like I said, Alabama's leading LSU, Oregon on top of Maryland, and UVA's at PITT, who can eat shit. So we'll get a score on that game momentarily, but half hour in, so near the end of the first quarter, Penn State leads Washington 7-0. The stats update. Go to the box score. Will Rogers is 3 of 4, 23 yards. Coleman has 5 carries, 12 yards. Boston has a catch for 10 yards. Penn State, though, on the flip side, Drew Allard 2 of 3, 25 yards. Nick Singleton 4-31 on the ground. Perbuel with the 8-yard touchdown run. Evans obviously had the 1-yard end around that they called a penalty on for targeting. 1 play later, touchdown. And then Harrison Wallace with 2 catches on that drive for 25 yards. And the extra point from Ryan Barker was up and good. So 7-0 Penn State. Penn State whiteout. Everybody dressed in their favorite color after Labor Day, white. So Penn State on the kickoff. Yeah, this is UW's first trip to Happy Valley. Penn State played at Washington in 1921, that is. And then, like I said, they've met twice in bowl games before. As they give us some highlights, like I said, we're watching a few of these other games anyway. So we'll update some more stats and scores from around the country. A little bit later on, we'll recap last week, recap today, preview next week, so stay tuned. But, so the defense got, so they can hold a lead. As I'll be damned, the offense was able to score with the new end zones for the first time, just 15 seconds ago. So second down, 2nd and 3. And out of the gun, maybe a false start. Reed and who is that? Elliott Washington on the tackle. And they say 3rd and inches, 3rd and 1. And they'll run it again and get a first down. So they'll move the sticks and will not go 3 and out. Drive will stay alive. Maybe a hold. I mean, come on. Rogers pass. Caught, but no yak yards. About 4 on the reception, so 2nd and 6. This is wrapped up right away. They say 2nd and 5. Rogers, that's a hold. And Carter still wraps him up on the sack. Ball's loose. Washington has it. But 3rd and a mile as they hit the sticks. Come on. Maybe a turnover. Play clock winding down. They're going to have to call a timeout. 3, 2, 1. Delay a game, but they get it off. And going deep down the middle. Incomplete. 4th and 12. They'll punt. Minute on the dot to play in this first quarter. Penn State getting the ball back. Up 7. So, defensively, all right. Lucky out with a missed field goal on the doink, but now going to force a punt. So, special teams not going Washington's way here tonight, because you don't want to miss field goals, and you sure as hell don't want to punt. But they'll boom it away, and Tracy on the return from the 11. And he gets about the 19, maybe 20-yard line if he's lucky. It'll be 1st and 10 Penn State from there. 50 seconds to play in this first quarter, 3 timeouts, up 7. We'll see if they take a break here. It doesn't look like it. They'll stick with it. We'll go to break at the end of the first. So Aller with the signals, with the armband, and obviously the in-helmet communication. We'll give the play call out of the huddle. And they'll hit the line, motion to near side, 1st and 10 Penn State from the 20. And then Warren will motion back across where he started at. and fake the run. Aller going to step up and tuck it and run. He gets 4 yards out of that. Well, he probably should have been sacked, so I'll take it. 2nd and 6. I got one play here left before the end of the quarter. Think about it, that second half, maybe 2-second differential between the game clock and play clock. So they will have to snap it, but still, regardless, that is still probably going to be the final play of the first quarter anyway. So 2nd and 6 from the 24. And Purbulla in the ball game. Out of the pistol with the fat man behind him. And they'll give to 13, but he'll lose a yard. And they'll wind the clock for the final few seconds, and that'll do it for the first quarter. So Penn State leads Washington 7-0 at the end of 1. 15 minutes in. We'll hit halftime in 15 minutes. Hopefully Penn State's still on top. Hopefully they're still on top at the end of the third and at the end of the game as well. And that's what matters. So they can keep it up, because they have momentum on their side. They got to keep it. They've had trouble, especially last week. But even aside from that, they've had trouble with momentum and keeping it on their side. So, once again, only time's going to tell. We'll see how it plays out. We'll go from there. But really, other than that, there's really not much else to say. So, yeah. See what happens when we come back. Just one of those games in which, obviously, it's not like, well, say everything and then throw everything out the window. But just because they're not used to playing each other, even though you know how, both teams have been playing, you still don't know what the hell is going to happen until the game is played. And that should be the case for any game, in any sport, okay? But it's really just from last week until now, back to what I said earlier. How do they bounce back? You can't allow that to affect you. You got to get over it. Life goes on. So, able to get the special teams errors, and then a stop on defense to get the ball back. So, they're going to go from now, as they were going north to south, they'll be going south to north here in the second quarter. As coverage will resume shortly. It is pouring rain on the bayou. So they'll take us to the booth. We're on Peacock, so is what it is. It's like at this rate, they're going to be on a streaming platform once a year, because they were on once last year. Obviously, when they play on NBC, it's also on Peacock. Or when they play on Fox, it's also on the Fox Sports app. Even Big Ten Network, for that matter. Or, CBS is on Paramount Plus. Tonight's game is exclusively on Peacock. Peacock only. So, if you don't have Peacock and you're tuning in to watch my live play-by-play watch long action stream to know about the game, because of that, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to subscribe. So 3rd and 6 here for Penn State from the 24 to begin the second quarter. With a 7-point lead, 7-0. And Aller pass down the middle. Caught, first down. Wallace at the 44. His third catch of the night. So at least he's stepping up at wide receiver. Where's everybody else at? They go, hurry up. And the fat man gets, well, more than that. About 8 yards, maybe 9 if he's lucky. Second and short. Got to keep it going. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. From midfield, 2nd and 3. I'd say get a first down, then maybe take a shot. And get 44 of the fucking ball. Where's Tyler Warren at? Aller dumps off near side, fat man, and he scoots upfield for a first down on 41. First down, Penn State. Run it. Run it. Get in field goal range and then do what you want to do.
Comes back in. He ran for only 15 total yards last week against Ohio State. Already surpassed that total, doubled it with 31 yards. They all came
from the 42, 1st and 10. Reynolds in motion, and he was eye candy because they ran a pass in the flat near side where he started the motion from, and it's complete to Singleton for a few yards, second down. Just keep it going. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. And Aller going to motion out, so Warren going to get the direct snap. And he's going to get that snap and tuck it and run on a draw up the middle. Should be enough for first down. It looked like he was going to throw near side of the fat man. Similar play they ran back in September, and he threw it, and it was complete Singleton for a touchdown. Yeah, they showed there his snaps. As Tyler Warren, he's Mr. Incredible. He can do it all, okay? The tight end, he can block. He can obviously catch, can run. But really blew up in the USC game with the play they ran, in which he snapped it from center. It was a double pass play, and he caught it on the same play for a touchdown. Aller looking to throw. Roll out far side and caught. First down on a gain of 12. Wallace again. This right, he's going to get over 100 fucking yards in the first half. Keep it going. And they will. They'll run up the middle for another 5 yards. Yeah. Just wearing this defense out. And it's good on every day of the week. So 2nd and 5. 11 and change to play in the half. Penn State with 7-0 lead. And an empty set, 5 wide, with 4 and a diamond top of your screen. And Aller going to go deep near side to the single man, and it's incomplete and 10 for Wallace. So 3rd and 5. Let's get a first down. This must be Colt McCoy's first time ever watching a Penn State game, let alone this season. So I'll give him his due for Hookham, but I mean, come on, man. 3rd and 5. Aller looking to throw on a slant, caught Warren down inside the 5 of the 3. And they got a goal to go. See if they can punch it in. See if they get a yard, 2 yards, 3 yards, and touchdown. You know, you shouldn't have to settle for 3 here. Run the goddamn motherfucking football. And it was tipped, too, I might add, on the slant. And Warren was still right on target and was able to catch it. And they mark him down to 4 officially. So, got 4 plays, 4 yards to go on goal to go. Let's get 6. And they'll run an option near side. Prebula going to toss to Allen, the fat man, as Aller was top of your screen. And he gets about 2, maybe 3. 2nd and goal. We'll see if they do that again. Like I said, they haven't won on November the 9th since 2002. We saw a lot of option that year with Mills and LJ. But 2nd and goal, see if they can punch it in. Under 10 to play here in the half. And they'll motion up out. Under center to the gun. Fat man to his left. Singleton in motion. And he's going to be wide open in the flat. Oh. Pass was high, incomplete. 3rd and goal. God, really? Lead him, for Christ's sake. I mean, high and right through his fucking hands. He's not Andre the Giant. 3rd and goal. And now Aller going to motion out. So here's more trickery on goal to go. 3rd and goal from the 2. Warren in the gun, and he's going to tuck it and run, and he's going to dive. That's a touchdown. So 13-0, extra point to come. And they are fighting on state. Striking their gate, and, well, we're still in the 2nd quarter, so. Yeah, it's a touchdown. All right. Mr. Incredible. Flying like Superman over the top of the pile for a touchdown. 9:22 to play in the half. 13-0 Penn State. Extra point to come by Ryan Barker. Up and good. 14-0. Speaking of kicks, Alabama just missed one wide right. Flag on the play, though. Nothing lead, and defense, playing well. Especially since that opening drive. Obviously, offense with 2 drives and 2 scoring drives, 2 touchdowns. Able to punch it in. Just really, if only about 7 and, well, yeah, do the math on the hours for a total, but 7 days and 5 to 8 hours ago, for Christ's sake. I mean, come on. Especially with the lead they had, man. That's why that was a tough loss. It's frustrating. But once again, you move on, and they're not blowing off a hell of a lot of steam just yet, but chugga, choo-choo before they got to go to the Boilermakers Purdue next week. So we'll see how this plays out. I mean, not, as I never do, getting ahead of myself. You got to stay in the moment, got to see what the hell happens and go from there. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep stopping the run. They're, as Washington's as balanced as you could probably get for an offense. They're not too one-dimensional. They're not passing a lot. They're not running a lot. They're pretty even. You know, that's what you want to be for, you know, any team for that matter, but especially on the road, especially in an environment like this. So you got to give them credit, obviously. I mean, they're trying, but Penn State's just, well, the first drive for UW should have been points, no doubt about it. That had to sting, like I said at the time. But then the Penn State defense was able to get a stop, and then they've been able to, you know, score, you know, since. Here's a news of Seattle in the Pacific Northwest. December the 3rd, 1921. Penn State at Washington, and a 21-7 win. A couple Washington fans have made the trip, so welcome. Purple and white and a whiteout. Touchback on the kick. 1st and 10 UW from the 25. I'll give us some more updates. But just really keep doing what you're doing. If you can put the pressure on them, not yourself. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot penalties. You know, run the football, stop the run. And they're humming, you know, offensively for the most part. They'll be fine. You know, so. 125, 1st and 10. Will Rogers rolls out near side, and then right at the last possible moment, shuffles it. And it's caught. They give him a couple yards on it, about 2nd and 5, 2nd and 6 coming up. But he ain't in his neighborhood tonight. He ain't at home where Washington hasn't lost in a long-ass time. Rogers and the Huskies are on the road at Penn State, in a place they don't lose very often. Run, 2nd and 4, and 1st down near side. So. Continue to get stops. You know, obviously they're going to have the chance to get 1st downs and make plays themselves. That's, you know, no surprise. Like, just a game of football. But 8-1-4 and counting to play. They'll fake the run near side, roll out, and pass caught. The 40. Harris on the tackle. Turnover before halftime would be nice. You know, you get the ball back, 3 timeouts, score some points off of a turnover maybe. I mean, shit, you're probably going to get the ball back anyway still before halftime, regardless of that. But then, remember, on top of all that, empty set, near side, going deep. And guess what? There's an interception for you on the mark. Jalen Reed on the return to the 43. I don't know who the hell he was throwing to, but it's picked off. Okay, so add that into with what I just said. They do get a turnover, and they're going to get the ball back with time and timeouts and hope to score off this turnover. And shit, still might even get the ball back after this now if they can get another stop to still score once more before halftime. Because as I was just about to say, before the pick, Penn State has kicked off at the beginning of the game. They're going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So, couldn't have teed that up any better. And we're live. I ain't, you know, behind and saw what happened or anything like that. I just, hey, it'd be nice to maybe get a turnover here. You know, 3rd drive, you know, you've sort of seen what they've, you know, been doing and are capable of, and like you're getting a read on it, and it's just that time and, you know, place with the lead you have and Obviously, the crowd, the way they are as always, and it probably really should have fell incomplete. I don't know who the hell he was thrown to. He completely overthrew his wideout, and Jalen Reed with another interception, which is no surprise. He's a ball hawk. Making play after play after play, especially with Winston out in secondary since earlier this season. Reed's been back there, not by himself. There's been others that have made plays, but it's gone by committee at that point compared to, well, you have two vets in the back, part of the secondary. But because, they brought pressure, but they didn't get to him until after he threw it, and coverage-wise, yeah, there, but he completely still just overthrew his wide out, and Reed was able to read it, and wrote back to Will Rogers saying, hey, I just picked your ass off, and I'm going to return this to, 42-yard line, I would say. Let's see officially where they spot it when we come back, but Penn State's going to have a 1st and 10, 14-0 lead, 7 and change to play in the half, 7:31 officially to play in the half, 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning to go do something. You should be able to get points before halftime here. Field goal, touchdown, points are points with a lead. Especially as Veguillon comes in motion, a Washington native, I might add, and puts the boom on the block as they come back on a pass near side, complete to Singleton. 2nd down. But then to also get the ball back to begin the second half. Like, with the lead, scoring points off of turnovers, maybe score again before halftime, depending on the time situation. Score again early 3rd quarter. I'm not saying everything's going to go 1, 2, 3 like that. But if so, you're up, say, 23 on field goals, another 21 on 3 more touchdowns, a blowout at that point, 3, 4, 5 score game. Tyler Warren complete near side, and he gets to the 35 of Washington. And be a 1st down. They'll move the sticks. And they're going to go hurry up. They love going hurry up on offense. Sometimes it's a bit in the ass. They shot themselves in the foot, but they got to be balanced. So they're going to throw. I was going to say get back to the run game. That pass high but brought down, caught by Singleton, but he's tackled right away. So maybe 2-3 yards on the reception. 2nd down. So out of the pistol, trips in a bunch top of your screen with Oos in motion near side, and 3-4 yard run. Just imagine a freight train running full speed at you. That's 71 Veguillon. Line them up as a lineman playing wide receiver, and we're just going to motion them, and boom. The best block he's had was a month ago against UCLA. He literally put that guy in, not the next week, but the next month. So here we are, and Penn State's got a 3rd and 2. I got some time. Play clock about to wind down, but they'll get the snap off, and Allen on the run, 20 to the 15, be 1st down. And got a flag on the play, so is it coming back for a hold? God damn. Are they going to pick it up?
We'll see what this penalty is.
Personal foul, face mask on the defense. It's against Washington. It'll be half the distance, automatic first down for Penn State. All right, I'll take it. See a replay. Oh, right there. Okay, yeah, that's a face mask. Yeah, all right. Just barely. Yeah. But first and goal, Penn State at the 7. And Allen will... Aller, second time I fucked that up tonight. Aller, 15, not Allen, 13, quarterback to running back. Aller will hand off to Singleton. So second and goal. Got to punch it in. You got to score points off that turnover. You know, because you don't know if that's going to be the difference in the game. We're at where we're at, but on a run again up the middle, Singleton for 2. And yeah, third and goal from the 2. So they can punch it in. They're working some clock here if they, you know, are smart. Yeah, I got timeout though now. And it's Washington calling the first time out. I mean, smart. You know, they want to try to get the ball back. And they'll take a break, so we'll get back to it shortly.
Ready? One more. 2 and 3. Cute. Not so fast. The general's coming with you. Mom, he gave us a break on our car insurance. And he'll look out for you too.
Yep, with flexible payment options for new drivers.
Okay, but why is Sean coming too?
To show you how it's done. For a great low rate, go with the general.
At Burger King, we flame grill our burgers. Why? Because that's how it should be done. Hot, juicy, and smooth. Flame grilled and made for you. Come experience the flame grill difference. 2 opportunities for just $5.
At U.S. Bank, when we say we're in it with you, we mean it. Not just for the good stuff, but for all the hard work it took to get there. We are in for all of it. Because there's nothing as powerful as the power of us.
The 3 for Me only at Chili's is now available with the all-new Big Smasher Burger. Pound of high with nearly half a pound of beef. Or you can settle for just some other burger at a drive-thru. Anyway, kinda need some room. Because the 3 for Me still fills up the table with the bottomless drink, all the famous Chili's chips and salsa you can eat, and it's still the best deal around at just $10.99. See you later, tiny drive-thru burger. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
When you're with Amex Gold, you can stack 4 times points on restaurants around the world. So sharing the same taste after all these years stays sweet. That's the powerful backing of American Express.
It has been a week for James Franklin and Andy Gorlick in the offensive coordinator for Penn State after they didn't produce an offensive touchdown last week against Ohio State. But all you can do is respond, Cole. And that response has been strong here tonight.
Yes, sir. And they punch it in twice down here.
So third and goal, Penn State here from the 2. As Franklin was given some info to some staffer on the sideline who's either making a note of it in his phone or he's texting somebody. I don't know why you'd be doing that because, well, you have a headset. You can talk to all your fucking coaches on those, whether they're on the field or in the booth. And now 3rd and goal from the 2, and Tyler Warren in the gun with Usvegion in motion. Warren with another rushing touchdown tonight. Penn State now up 20-0. Extra point to come. So throw them up. We the ones for the bloodline. Vegion putting defenders on their ass. Boom. And it opened the hole. And, Warren just, like I said, he can do it all. He's a old school tight end is what he is for starters. Extra point here for Penn State. 3:23 to play in the half with a 20-0 lead. Snap, hold, kick, all good. 21-0, blue and white. So we'll take another break here. We'll get back to the action. But yeah, it's been all Penn State from the start. Washington should have 3 points, but they don't because of a doinked, no good field goal. And we see now back-to-back rushing touchdowns by 44 Tyler Warren. Yeah, Tyler Warren, old school tight end, wearing 44. And like he's playing in 2024, but he'd probably be perfect 40, 50 years ago in the sport. Let alone 100 years ago when they first fucking played Washington in 1921, for God's sakes. So, I call him Mr. Incredible because he can literally do it all. Obviously, us as normal human beings, we're not Superman, we're not Superwoman, we can't do it all. But him on the football field, he can. There's a time Penn State earlier this year was having a kicking problem. It's like, well, he might be kicking here before too long if it keeps up. Obviously, they got that under control, and he doesn't have to. But if needed, well, he probably could. Top it off, he's a lefty. You don't see a lefty quarterback, that much. You just don't. So with him being the tight end he is, he can block. Obviously, he can run with the block, but run the ball. Can catch it as a pass catcher. He's the Swiss Army knife, because he can do it all. Put him here, put him here, put him here. He's going to get it done. He is reliable. Because they, you could tell when they really started to figure it out with them was earlier this year. Rather than blocking, rather than catching, they had him throw a passing touchdown. So he's had a couple rushing touchdowns now this season, 2 tonight, to add on to what he's already had. But he had a passing touchdown, and then it was, he can tackle with as big as he is, okay. But like I said, it was the USC game. That play they ran on the double pass, they motioned into him snapping it out of center. Perbula to Aller, and all he did was run right down the field. And in a double coverage, went up and grabbed it and caught it for a touchdown on the same play. Okay? So, more big uglies. 21-0 Penn State on top of UW. As the big dogs, I don't know if he's rooting for the Huskies. He says no, he's leaving. He's sick and tired of watching Penn State beat their ass. He says I'm far more superior than a Husky anyway. I'm a lab. Regardless of breed of dogs, they're man's best friends. So 1st and 10, Washington, but no. If they needed Tyler Warren out there on defense right now, I'm sure they would put his ass out there. He'd make a play. toss it far side, and tackle for loss, and 2nd and long. Penn State going to start calling some timeouts here maybe to get the ball back. Yeah, they do. I'll be damned. Not really, but with 3:17 to play, I get it 2nd down. You want to call another one on 3rd down, call another one on 4th down. You know, obviously the 2-minute warning too. So, but to get the ball back to try to score before halftime. Remember, they're going to get the ball back to begin the second half too. So, 21-0 right now. It might be 35-0 mid-3rd quarter for all we know, or 24-27, or still might be 21, or might be 28 or 31. Like there's a combination here and there, just depending on what happens. But so the defense get a stop, and then obviously get 44 the ball on offense. Get Tyler Warren back in groove. You're already playing some music. Well, let's keep it going. Maybe turn it up a little bit. 2nd and 12, pressure. They run a screen and miss tackle, but he's pushed out of bounds, and he's going to be short. So, yeah, clock stops on that. And it'll be 3rd and 2. So Penn State won't have to call a timeout there. Should have been sacked right there. But he dumped it off on a screen. And how's that not a hold? Oh, my God. I get holding happens in every play. As a matter of fact, they call it or not, but it's when it's clear and obvious. I mean, come on. So they say 3rd and 4, stepped out of the 31. Play clock winding down. They get it off. Rogers almost picked off, but it's caught near side. But he's still short. 4th down. Call timeout. Timeout. Or are you going to let it run to 2 minutes? Looks like they're going to let it run to 2 minutes. See what Washington does here on 4th down. Maybe try to draw them off sides. I don't think they're going to go for it here. You're down 21-0 on the road, and you go for it and don't get it. Penn State's got a short field to work with. No way they snap it. They're going to take it at 2 minutes, try to draw them off sides. 4th and a long one, 4th and 2. And now Penn State with a timeout. Still 2:03 to play. What? They're going to review that after all that fucking time went off?
We'll talk about what they would do on 4th and 2. We can take a peek here. Rule of catch by Charles Jackson.
Collins was on the coverage. That might be a pick. They said catch on the field, though, so it's probably going to stand as called. They're both going at it. And Davian Collins played at Mississippi State, as did Will Rogers, and he might have just picked off his former teammate. But yeah, rolling on the field is a catch and a wash in 4th down, short, 4th and a long one, 4th and 2. They're thinking about it. Hopefully they tell us something good. But yeah, it's going to stand because there's nothing to overturn it to say it's incomplete, let alone even though they do both have simultaneous catch there. They're not going to overturn it and say pick. But then they let like 25 seconds go off the clock before they blew it dead to signal it's getting reviewed. Just tell us something good and reset the fucking clock. Stands as Washington ball, 4th and 2. But then, well, the clock stops now. So unless they wind it here, are they still going to try to draw them off sides? No, they're not even going to line up on offense. They're going to punt as they were going to anyway at 2 minutes to go. So we do go to 2 minutes. And, yeah, okay. They're going to punt. Penn State's getting the ball back with 2 minutes to play and 2 timeouts with a 21-0 lead. So they're going to try to score again before halftime again, and then also get the ball back to begin the second half. So they're going to take a break. All right. just a lot going on that play. But got it situated, and I just don't get why the hell do they let that run for a good 20-25 seconds before they blew it dead to review it. Because then Washington's like, well, fuck, you know, you got to feel for them there. They should have 3 points, but then, yeah, they weren't going to go for it anyway. They're going to try to draw them off. So who knows what if they were going to go for it? Well, they sure as hell ain't going for it now. I mean, they still got a 4th and short, 2 minutes to play. They're going to line up the punt return to break, so they might trot the offense back out there for all we know. They still might line up to go for it. Doubt it, so that's what I'm saying. Penn State's getting the ball back here, 2 minutes to play, 2 timeouts, 21-0 lead to go drive and score. I'll take a field goal. I would. 24-0. I'll take a touchdown too. You already are 3 for 3 tonight. Go up 28 before halftime, get the ball back, score again. I mean, game at that rate is probably fucking over, to be honest with you. Just because, you know, unless they put like drive after drive after drive together and just, you know, score left and right, which very rarely happens. Like his time ain't going to be on their side, you know, when it comes down to it. Because Penn State with a lead, I'd hope the second half they're just running the football and working the clock. So we'll see, but that's where we stand at right now. So see what happens and go from there again. And until then, leave it at that. Just in the meantime, too, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers. Super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciate it as well. So getting the QR code. And hopefully Penn State can bounce back here tonight. We'll have first half stats and scores at halftime. We'll recap college football, preview college football, and yeah, just take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. 4th and 2 for UW, and they're going to line up the punt. Still don't jump off sides, and still don't run or rough the punter because it's going to be a first down. And they'll boom it away. Fair catch signal for the 32, 33-yard line by Tracy. So get 44 the ball. Get Tyler Horn the football. He is the offense. He can do it all. Mr. Incredible. I mean, if he's not open, well, somebody else probably is. So get them the football. It went really a lot tonight from, okay, with the run game, there's always balance in the carries between Singleton and Allen. There is. It doesn't matter the game, win or loss. That's a given. It's going to be balance in the carries. But Harrison Wallace with some catches. Tyler Warren getting involved. Who's it going to be next? As Aller finds, was that Fleming? Be 2nd and short. I believe that was Fleming. Actually, they say 1st and 10 Penn State. Ball at the 43. Minute and a half, 2 timeouts. Go drive and score. Aller going to tuck it and run, get to midfield. So 2nd and about 3. Yeah. Get the hell out of bounds if you have to, but you got 2 timeouts here and some time. You don't go too hurry up. But Allen on the run, on a counter near side, gets about 5 and a first down. So clock stops since we're under 2 minutes. Once they spot it, it'll reset and wind. There you go. 1st and 10. And they don't waste any fucking time. Snap it, pass complete. Tyler Warren, first down. And he gets out of bounds. Clock stops. Minute 7 to play. And clock will start on the snap now. And you still have 2 timeouts. And now a short field to work with a 21-0 lead. So, go drive and score here. as Warren motions near side, and he's on the bottom of the line, and they'll run a draw up the middle. Aller hands to Allen, and he lowers the shoulder in the boom for 9. 2nd and short, under a minute to play. Gotta go. Still got 2 timeouts here. We don't want to use them until you have to. And another first down run. Allen, nice cut. Oh, nice block. What was that? A little red dog, Clifford? Yeah, I thought so. And he's like, I need a breather. I've been running every fucking run for you on this drive. But Franklin says, nope, get your ass back out there. 1st and goal, Penn State. Clock stopped for 40 seconds. They still got 2 timeouts. So 1st and goal, Nittany Lions. And from the 8, they're knocking on the door. Warren in motion. Aller looking his way, going to roll out far side. Throws a wheel route, incomplete, intended for Singleton. So 2nd goal from the 8, 35 seconds and 2 timeouts. Don't tell me you can't score, okay? Because if they don't, that's pretty pathetic. You have 3 downs, 10 seconds a down basically, and 2 timeouts. This is an eternity to score. So don't tell me you can't score. You need to get points here. I'll take a field goal, comes down to it. But there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to score a touchdown. Fleming in motion. And he'll lead the block as Warren makes the catch, but no gain. Tackled at the line of scrimmage. Maybe call one of the 2 timeouts. They'll wind the clock with the no gain on the catch. And 3rd and goal coming up as the big dog has rejoined us. How you doing, buddy? So 3rd and goal. So they can punch it in. I mean, where's Dinkins at? Where's Reynolds at tight end? You know, it's all Tyler Warren, but where are they at? I get Singleton, Allen, Harrison Wallace has gone quiet. Clifford just had a good block. You know, Fleming had a catch earlier. You know, they tried getting Evans involved, but then he got his bell rung. I haven't seen him back out there since. So we'll see what they draw up here. 3rd and goal from the 8. And Aller on a slant, caught, touchdown. Julian Fleming. And they do it with time to spare and a timeout still in their pocket. And guess what? They're still getting the ball back to begin the second half. Like, you couldn't have asked for, you know, this first half for Penn State at this rate to go any better than it has. They've had 4 offensive drives, and now they've had 4 offensive touchdowns. Extra point to come to make it a 28-0 game with 23 seconds to play in the first half. So Barker on for another PAT here. And kicks up and good. So 28-0. And they're rolling offensively. And, well, I guess everybody inside of Beaver Stadium is feeling good right about now. Not. But just if only, you know, like I said earlier, even before this game started. And, you know, till this point in the first half with everything that has happened. If only, as Simba's now getting raised into the sky. You have 7-1 record, 6th in the country. They're blowing off some steam. No doubt about it. You know, they're clicking on all cylinders. They're in groove. They're in sync. Here's the kickoff. You had 2 upsets earlier in college football. I get the AP poll, college football playoff rankings, return from a yard deep, and they will finally bring his ass down. All right. So 1st and 10, Washington, 13 seconds. Yeah, they got 2 timeouts, but we'll see if they, do anything or not. They might not. Either way, they're not seeing the football offensively until mid-third quarter because Penn State's getting the ball back to begin the second half. But yeah, if only could have done this last week. That would have been nice. Bubble screen far side caught, and unless they call in their 2 timeouts, that'll do it for the first half. Yeah. So we had halftime. Penn State leads Washington 28-0. See if we get any interviews or not. But yeah, Penn State's getting the ball back to begin the second half. We'll update some stats and scores here in a minute. But they got to regroup and get something going their way. They should have 3 points. Washington should. They should. But yeah, Penn State 4 drives and 4 touchdowns. Just if only. If only. Because they had their chances, but from then until now, you still go back to that game. Yeah, you still got to give Ohio State defensively credit and on offense, because they ended up scoring more. We're at halftime, I might add, in a few of these games I'm watching right now. So we'll update stats and scores. But yeah, we had upsets in college football earlier today. So like I said, they're 7-1 now. They're 6th in the country, but with the win now, potentially this evening, because that's looking what's going to happen. It's going to go their way unless they fucking blow it, which hopefully they don't. They'll be 8-1. Not getting next week by any means just yet, but they'll rise in the rankings. Probably at least up to 4 in the AP, if I'd have to guess. We'll see about the college football playoff rankings that will come out on Tuesday again, because that's what they go by now. Okay, so just if only, but tough shit. Like I said last week, and as I've said in the past, when it's been this way, because they do it to themselves more than anything else. But they're looking good, they're playing the best out of football they, like I said, could be playing right now. So they're going to give us the halftime report. I'll give you some stats and scores here. Thanks for tuning in and watching. From frustration over the week. Yeah, exactly. To what we have going on tonight, I think everybody's hopefully in agreement, or at least thinking something similar, the same thing of, yeah, if only, like, why now versus, why not then, basically. I mean, it is what it is. It's nothing new. I'm not. Because believe me, I was pissed. I was last week. I was. So I said, this is frustrating. That's what it comes down to. But you still, because the season ain't over, you still have the chance to go out and continue to do what you're doing before then. And like they said, right some wrongs, especially with the way college football is now. And it's true, even though there's some bullshit, and there's no doubt about it, that, yeah, just one loss, two losses, as it's been in the past, ain't gonna kill you as much anymore. It's just not. You just got to be, and we knew this going into the season. We knew this going into last week. We still know this. It's, you need to be in the top 10, top 11 at the end of the season. Okay? Because then it's every man, every team for himself. It's open season, basically. Any team can win on any given day. Last week wasn't their game, even though early it was, but it's still full 60. That's the thing with momentum, okay, keeping it once you have it. Tonight, they're doing that because other than the opening drive by Washington, and a no good field goal then, because they should have 3 points. Penn State was able to drive and score. Penn State got stop after stop after stop. Then on defense, offensively got the ball back some more. Scored not once, not twice, but 3 more times on top of that, okay? So Penn State leads Washington here at halftime, 28-0. And the blue and white will also, I might add, get the ball back to begin the second half. So 28, 31, 35-0, mid-third quarter, you're looking at from not doing anything to a field goal to another touchdown. Who's it going to be next? Because they're getting a lot of people involved here this evening. Did some stats and scores. Half a football in. As once again, Penn State leads UW 28-0 in the 4th all-time meeting. Will Rogers, 10-13, 59 yards, interception. Penn State got 7 points off that, so it's still 21-0 if everything else goes the way it has, even if they don't turn the football over. So it's still a 3-score game at that point, but it's a 4-score game. And Washington's probably wishing it was 7 years ago, and they're still in the Pac-12. Coleman, 9 carries, 22 yards. Jackson has 5 catches, 23 yards. Boston a catch for 10. But Aller, 14 of 18, a $140, 1 passing touchdown. That to Julian Fleming to go up 28-0, as he has 2 catches, 19 yards. The Fat Man has 9 carries, 62 yards. Singleton, 6 of 36. Aller 2 of 10. But Penn State started off with an 8-yard rushing touchdown by Bo Perbula to go up 7-0. And then it was back-to-back rushing touchdowns by the tight end in 44, Tyler Warren, Mr. Incredible, who can do it all. As he has, this is a stat line for you, especially by a tight end in the rushing category. Tyler Warren, 3 carries, 7 yards, and 2 touchdowns. As he also has 4 catches, 43 yards receiving. Harrison Wallace leads the way with 4 catches, 56 yards. Warren behind him, 443, as just mentioned. Fleming, 2 of 19 in the score. Singleton, 3 catches, 14 yards. The Fat Man, a catch for 8. So 4 touchdowns, 3 on the ground. So 140 yards passing, 124 yards rushing, and 28 points. 4 offensive drives, 4 touchdowns. No field goals, no punts. And we'll get to time of possession and team stats here in a minute, but a lot of penalties early, but then since then the refs have let them play. So yeah, Perbula with a rushing touchdown, Warren with 1, make it 2, and then Aller with the passing touchdown. Wheatley, Kobe King, and Jalen Reed with 4 total tackles. Reed, I might add, also has an interception. They have 2 sacks, one by Kobe King and the other by Carter. 4 tackles for loss on defense. We know how the Penn State defense also plays in the second half. So add that into the lead they have and the running game they have and everything else going their way and not going Washington's way. They should have 3 points, but they don't. And Barker good on his 4 extra points. 4-4. As the blue and white lead by 4 scores. 28-0 at halftime. Overall team stats, Penn State, 16 first downs, 7 of 7 on third down. Washington only has 71 total yards, 59 passing, 12 rushing. Penn State has 264, 140 passing, 124 on the ground. They have 6 first downs and they're 2 of 5 on third down. So 5 penalties, 3 of 19, 2 of 15, a turnover. Penn State up about 3 minutes or so, 2 and change really. In time of possession, 16:06 to 13:54. So 28-0 Penn State at halftime. And they're going to get the ball back to begin the second half. They have a running game. They have a lead. Home away neutral site. Second half, you want to run the football and work clock. So we'll see if they can do that. So add on to what you have. Continue to run it. Work some clock there. Aller, make some plays. Probably not going to have to do a hell of a lot, though, to be honest with you. So you'll look at it stat-wise, and it might not be much. It might not be, or it might be. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. I expect a lot of running the football in the second half and a lot of clock taken away for sure. Got a turnover and got points off of it. So they're +4 now on that. They're blowing off steam. They are from last week, no doubt about it. But just continue to keep doing what you're doing. And really get out healthy. Because you still got 3 more regular season games after this tonight. This will be the last home game until the senior day finale after Thanksgiving, when they host Maryland, who is at Oregon right now. Ducks up on the Terps. So they're playing this game on a football field when they probably should be playing it on or in water. Halftime, Alabama's leading LSU. And we'll get to some other scores momentarily, as Virginia's also at Pitt. But yeah, get out healthy. They've been banged up here and there throughout the season, but who isn't at this rate? Like you're gonna be, okay? But get out healthy if you can. Get some playing time for some guys potentially in the second half as well. Just with the lead you have, if you get to a comfortable spot. You want to get some playing time for some guys who, whether they're on the fence for a red shirt or not, or say if somebody does go down injured, hopefully not, okay, then they have to go in. But just experience is going to matter, deep, into the season if you're still playing later on into, December and January. Just get out healthy. You got to go to Purdue next week, then you got to go to Minnesota, and then Maryland on senior day. So, yeah. Looks like they're going to win another whiteout game. Yeah, they're talking about 20 years of Penn State whiteouts. And it all started back in 2004 as a student section whiteout against Purdue. And then 2005 was the Ohio State game that got them back to being Penn State football, because we know how 2003 and 2004 went. But then remember right after that, the refs put 1 second back on the clock, and Michigan beat them by 2. And then, okay, they still go win the Orange Bowl that year, but 05-08, that Michigan won second, and the Iowa game-winning field goal. They win those games. They're playing in the national championship game, and who knows what happens. But yeah, 20 years of Penn State Whitehouse, like I said earlier, from Purdue to Ohio State to Michigan. Notre Dame was the first full technical stadium whiteout. So they'll count the 3 before then as just student section ones. But, you know, I know I was wearing white on those first 3 anyway. So 20 years and on whiteouts, you wear white, obviously. For any Penn State game, you wear blue or white, or let alone their old colors, and, you know, pink and black. But Washington has to be kicking themselves. You know, they should have 3 points, and then they'd have a lead, and then, you know, defensively, maybe they're making some plays, but at the same point in time, maybe Penn State's still rolling the way they are offensively, so who knows. But yeah, Purdue, Ohio State, Michigan, Notre Dame, Illinois, Iowa, Michigan, Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan. You had COVID in 2020, Auburn, Minnesota, Iowa, Washington for the whiteout. Who's it going to be next year? Let's look at future schedules for Penn State. As Penn State will go to Washington in 2026. But in 2025, Penn State home games for a whiteout, you're looking at either Northwestern, Indiana, Nebraska, or Oregon. We'll get into the rest of 2025 later. But yeah. Well, okay, there we go. So yeah, they're gonna seemingly win again in the whiteout here tonight. They're up 28-0 at halftime. So yeah, and that was the thing last week. They weren't the better football team on the field a week ago, but they are tonight. So they're bouncing back. They're blowing off some steam, and they're going to hope to go on another winning streak. So, well, the second half here shortly, but just updated some stats. Let's update some scores in college football. We'll go to college football games from last weekend, first off, and then earlier today, and then preview next week. Here's the Big Ten commercial in the meantime. Washington, Pacific Northwest, along with Oregon, UCLA, USC, and SoCal, Nebraska in the heartland with Iowa, Minnesota and the land of 10,000 lakes, Wisconsin jumping around, Northwestern and Chi-Town, Illinois, Purdue, Indiana at 10-0 for the first time ever, Michigan, who they beat along with Michigan State, Ohio State, Penn State, Maryland, and Rutgers got back in the win column today. But coast to coast, and they're mowing. If you look at the graphic from the Atlantic Ocean looking west, they're mowing from Minnesota to Oregon to Washington, just how it's positioned. But good old United States of America, re-elected Donald J. Trump back into office this past week, I might add, as well, as he'll be the 47th president of the USA, so thank God. But scores from last week in college football. Florida National beat New Mexico State 34-13. You had Louisiana Lafayette beat Texas State 23-17. A 9-3 win for Sam Houston State over Louisiana Tech. Jacksonville State beat Liberty, handing the Flames their second consecutive loss, 31-21. Western Kentucky 31-14 win over Kennesaw State. On Halloween, Tulane 34-3 win at Charlotte. 1st of November, last Friday night, on the blue turf in Boise. The Broncos beat San Diego State 56-24. UConn with a 34-27 win against Georgia State. South Florida beat FAU 44-21. Number 1 Oregon went to the Big House and beat the Wolverines of Michigan 38-17. Michigan also lost to Indiana earlier today, so they're 5-5 now after winning the national championship last year against Washington, I might add. So, you had a Big Ten national championship game before they were both Big Ten members together. In the final title game of the 14 playoff, now in the 12-team playoff era in college football. The Florida-Georgia game was won by the Dogs, 34-20 over the Gators. They both lost today as well. Obviously, we saw Ohio State beat Penn State last week, 20-13, unfortunately. Miami beat Duke 53-31, but the Canes were upset earlier. Get to that in a little bit. Tennessee beat Kentucky 28-18. A lot of bourbon and whiskey was consumed there. And then Texas A&M got upset by South Carolina 44-20. Texas Tech also upset Iowa State 23-22. As did Louisville over Clemson 33-21. Indiana trailed for the first time and then scored 47 unanswered. Beat Michigan State 47-10, and they also beat Michigan earlier today. They're 10-0 for the first time ever. They'll be off next week, then they got to go to Ohio State, so that should be a good game. Houston beat Kansas State 24-19. SMU put it to Pitt last Saturday night, 48-25. Ole Miss scored 63 at Arkansas, beating the Hogs 63-31. Army with a 20-3 win against Air Force. Minnesota beat Illinois 25-17 before they lost to Rutgers earlier. And then we'll get into the rest of the games and a recap from college football last week, and along with a recap from earlier today, and a little bit before we preview next week, in which Washington will be, as Singleton will take the opening kickoff of the, there's a flag on the play. God damn it. Franklin waves it off. It's coming back. Singleton takes the opening second half kickoff to the house for a touchdown. But there's a flag on the play. During the return, hold, and it's coming back. Come on. Let's see if it was a good call. Let's see if it was a good call. Because if it was, I won't be pissed about it. But if it was a shitty hold, and you called a hold on a fucking kickoff return for a touchdown like that, no, you can go fuck yourself. Yeah, because he drove him into the fucking ground. If he would have fucking just laid off of him whenever he ran by, it wouldn't have been a hold. So I'll live with that. Yeah. That's just stupidity, but that's a big explosive play to begin the second half. That Penn State's not going to have a kickoff return for a touchdown. So now they're going to start off 1st and 10 here from the 20. Actually back it up a little bit more than that, 1st and 10. And boos to the Zebras, and rightfully so. But as I was saying, yeah, we'll preview next week. Washington going to be taking on UCLA, as Penn State will be at Purdue. But now they'll start off 1st and 10 from the 15. And 5 yards to the 20. And I believe that was going to be the first kickoff return for a touchdown for Penn State in about 2 years, almost to the day, if I'm correct, if I'm not mistaken. It was also Singleton, I might add, and it was at Rutgers in November of 22. I'm going to have to look that up, but hey, still doesn't fucking matter because it got called back because of hold anyway, so what's the point? So 2nd and 5 from the 20. And out of the pistol, Allard down the middle finds Warren, and then he drops it, and Washington has the football. So is it a catch and a fumble or an incompletion? And it's a catch and a fumble in Washington football. So there's a turnover from Penn State. Yeah, that's a pretty good call. And all because they called a fucking hold on the kickoff return for a touchdown to begin the second half. Or else that wouldn't have fucking happened. But it was a good holding call, and that's the right call, too, on a catch and a fumble, and Washington recovers. Like, that's clear and obvious. Like, I'm not going to bitch and complain about that. Like, I'm not fucking stupid. Like, that's the right call. Those were the right calls. I mean, you can be pissed about it all you want, as I am, but it is what it is. And now they're looking at it, so hopefully they think about it some more, and hopefully they tell us something good. And say incomplete rather than a catch and a fumble. But he had him in stride, too. And then just a punch out, and the ball's out. And yeah, that's the thing. It's catching a fumble on the field. So they have to find this bit of evidence of return to say it's incomplete, which they're not going to have. That's going to be a catching a fumble, and that's going to be Washington ball 1st and 10. I mean, it's not like you're only up 2 or only up 8. You're up 28. So still, you don't want to have that fucking happen any time in the game. Go either way, honestly. Stands, 1st down Washington. Yeah. So, talk about a sequence a minute in the second half. You have the kickoff return for a touchdown, get called back for a holding call. And then a couple plays later, you have a catch and a fumble recovered by the defense, but then is it incomplete? And then it stands is called catch and a fumble, 1st down, and defense better be playing with their ass on fire now. And some trickery. Oh, he had him too on a wheel route, but he overthrew him, incomplete. 2nd and 10. And he would have walked in, touchdown. Handoff. And then a reverse, and then a flea flicker, and he had him wide open, but he overthrew him. I mean, not a bad play call. You just got to execute. 2nd and 10. And this is the backup quarterback for Washington. They use him as Penn State uses Perbula. And he gets about 5 yards. So, okay, it looks like Will Rogers is going to be benched because they want to spark offensively, and we'll see what Washington can do with him, quarterback. See if Penn State's ready for it or not. They're going to call timeout, yep. Timeout Washington with 13:11 to play in the 3rd quarter. But I mean, if they can get a stop and maybe get a turnover themselves to cancel all that out just to get the ball back to, all right, this is the opening drive of the second half and go drive and score that way, then okay, but probably not. Because, I mean, shit, they're in field goal range, off of, Penn State getting backed up because of the penalty on the return and then, a turnover and, should already have a field goal themselves, but see if you can hold it, force a kick. So from the 29, 3rd and 5. And they just jumped offside, so that's a first down. Boom, big hit. No penalty on that? All right, I'll take the no penalty. He was clearly offside. That should have been an automatic first down for him. Not 4th and 2 now, 4th and 3. Yeah, how did they miss that? So it's 4th and short when it should be 1st and 10 for Washington. And yeah, well, they're down 28, so they're sort of going to have to go for it. Kicking a fucking field goal, I mean, you can get your points, yeah, but be a little petty. Slant, caught, first down. And down to the 10, they'll have a 1st and goal. Because guess what? Penn State still can't cover the slant. Who would have thought? So 1st and goal, UW from the 10. See if they can score their first points tonight or not. They'll run it and miss tackles, and they finally wrap them up. So 2nd and goal. Come on, defense. Motion man, and they'll fake the end around, but then sort of Fumblerooski like. Yeah, they fake the end around, and then they still have another receiver there. They sort of end around to him after the play already started. So it's still a run. It's not like they fucking actually Fumblerooski did, and it was all right. Just laying there, picked up, and then you pick it up and take off and run. You can go get a hold of Andy Reid if you want to have him, say it in different ways. But 3rd and goal, should have been sacked, and then he runs around. They finally wrap him up, and no gain on the play. So 4th and goal from the 6. So do they go for it here still? I would think so, right? Yeah, it should have been sacked right there. But not, oh well. And yeah. They're going to kick a field goal. Okay, they're going to take the points. Under 10 to play here in the 3rd. Missed from 45. This from 24. Also from the right hash, but down to the south end zone, not the north. It's up and good, so 28-3. And they get 3 points because of a penalty and then a turnover. And Penn State going to get the ball back. So, hey, maybe Singleton will break another one. And hopefully there's no penalties on that. Doubtful, because very rarely, anymore do you see, kickoff returns for touchdowns. Whether the setup's the way it is in college or the NFL or any level of football, you don't really see a hell of a lot of kickoff returns for touchdowns anymore. Punt returns, yes. But Penn State, until that return, they had no return game at all this season. None whatsoever. And then they break it, but then it gets called back for a penalty. And then a sequence of, well, like what, 2 plays later, 3 plays later, it's, catching a fumble, they recover, and then they get a field goal out of it. They'd probably love to have a touchdown, but then remember, they had the field goal from earlier they missed. Okay, settle for 3 here still. You're down 28-6. It's a 3-score game. You're down 28-3. 25's, still a 3.5, 4-score game. So, like, time ain't on their side. Pressure's on. They got to do something. That's the thing with the Penn State defense in the second half. Well, all right, get after them. But the offense with the lead, they're on the goddamn ball. Work clock. All right? Like, I get just shit wasn't adding up on that drive. You just were going backwards because of the penalty after the return. But it should have been 7 points. But it was a good holding call. Like I said, I'm not going to argue that. Because if it was something half-assed, yeah, I would. But they really don't have an argument because he literally kept holding him and literally, on top of that, drove him into the ground. They're going to call that all day. As I said, if he would have lifted, right after he ran by him, they might not have called it. They might have, they might not have, though. You don't know. But the factor of it was him being drove into the ground is why they for sure called the hold. But then you have the turnover. So then those are, canceled out. I mean, it's still a +4 for Penn State. And the points tonight, we're back even +3 in the turnover margin for both these teams, as we said earlier. As Penn State Creamery Ice Cream is getting made. And the whiteout ice cream, well, yeah, good old vanilla. But, just 7 points off their turnover. They get 3 points off yours. It's 28-3. So, just, you have the lead. We're on the goddamn football here the second half. I mean, seriously. They'll sky kick it, and it'll be returned from the 22-yard line. So they're not going to kick it deep to Singleton then or now, maybe the rest of the night for that matter. I don't know. Give us some more updates. We'll get to some scores in a minute. Obviously, thanks for tuning in and watching. But, yeah, just see what they can do. Like I said, halftime, regardless of all this, get out healthy. You still got 3 regular season games left. You're going to have, one more game at least after that. Delay here for whatever fucking reason. Are you fucking kidding me? Go back to the fucking zoo. I mean, seriously. Like LASIK said the other night, you goddamn refs need fucking better vision. They're saying he called for a fair catch now on that. So it's going to go back to where he said on fair catch. And no returns back to the 22-yard line. All right, it's decent starting field position. But it... Fucking refs. If it ain't this game, it's that game. It's every fucking game. Give it to Singleton. Let him fucking blow off some steam himself. Because he should have had a touchdown. They're going to say he's down on a 9-yard gain. I mean, apples to oranges, tomatoes to tomatoes, potatoes to potatoes. All right? I mean... Just, I don't know what else to say about the refs. I don't. I get it's a tough job. You're not going to see everything. But then when you're calling bullshit penalties, I mean, come on, man. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Washington's got a tight end on the roster. His dad played for the Steelers. So Penn State obviously hosting Washington tonight. The Steelers at the Washington Redskins, the football team Commanders tomorrow. So be sure to back in live on YouTube for those live play watch along reactions, as well as mentioned earlier. Penn State the first down run there, 1st and 10. Now you're going to check Rig. Oh shit! Warren looking to throw is going to be incomplete. That would have been a play. Handed it off, and then one of the backs tossed it on reverse to Warren, who came around near side and was going to go deep with it, it looked like. But pass falls incomplete, 2nd and 10. And Aller gonna avoid a sack, avoid another sack, avoid a 3rd sack, and then he gets 2 yards on a scramble. And then some trash talk, like, you want to talk shit? Hey, look at the fucking scoreboard, buddy. You know. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Sit down and shut the fuck up. 3rd and 8. And they're perfect 7-7. On 3rd down, they're going to get an offside on UW. And fans are throwing shit on the field at LSU as Alabama leads the Tigers. So that'll be a penalty. We saw that happen earlier this year in college football. Yeah. I mean, it's the fucking refs, though. It is. As I was saying, I get the job's harder than it looks, but 3rd and 3 here for Penn State. Aller down the middle, caught, 1st down. Wallace, and they're still perfect on 3rd down now tonight. 8 of 8, and they're going to go hurry up. Get Singleton a touchdown because he should have had one. Just ran a post down the middle of the field. They go hurry up here from 32, 1st and 10. And the fat man gets 5. 2nd down. So they're still able to drive here from the starting field position they started the drive off with after that penalty. But, well, it wasn't a penalty. It was just a delay while they were trying to figure out, well, did he call fair catch or not? So 2nd and 5. And fake the toss. Aller looking to throw. Pump fakes. And I'm just going to chuck it. And it's going to be thrown out of bounds. Incomplete. Intended for Warren. So 3rd and 5. I mean, kick a field goal comes down to it. Trade their 3 with a 3 of your own. As Franklin's throwing up the X. Like, telling the offense to tell the defense to suck it. 3rd and 5. See, they can convert again on 3rd down. I can't remember last time they were 8 of 8 on 3rd down. Hard count. They don't jump. Especially 3rd and 5. We have a 5-yard automatic 1st down. And Aller going to roll out and pass. Caught. Wide opens Warren. And they convert again. Or now they're going to say incomplete. Of course they are. Because they can't fucking see. Let's see a replay of it. Yeah, maybe. That's close. You got to have control and possession.
The ball hits the ground, moves a little bit
And as he caught it and rolled, and
by Drew Aller.
the thing is, they said incomplete on the field, so it's probably going to stand even if they look at it.
Gave him a chance.
So Penn State going to kick a 44-yard field goal, but we got a whistle. And before the ball snapped, timeout Penn State. And they're going to give the replay booth some time to look at that, because the previous play might be under further review here, let alone maybe decide to go for it rather than kick a 44-yarder. They'll still kick it, but Franklin wants to talk to the refs. Get your ass over here. I want an explanation. Maybe fucking chase him off the field. And they're not even going to look at it. What the fuck? Come on. You look at anything and everything else, but you're not going to look at that. I mean, come on. Give me a fucking break. Goddamn refs. So, pass incomplete. Barker, still from 44 yards out, will attempt this field goal. 6 minutes on the dot to play in the third quarter. And the left-footed kicker from the left hash into the north end zone. Snap, hold, kick. No good. Wide left. So that's his first miss. It's still 28-3. Yeah, he just didn't get enough curve on it. And it falls no good. Wide left. So, talk about a third quarter, these first 9-10 minutes. Now they're, from everything that was happening going their way. Okay, Washington has a field goal. They should have a field goal earlier. We've said that. But now Penn State holding on the kickoff return for a touchdown, catching a fumble. Washington gets a field goal out of it. And then Penn State gets the ball back, drives, converts on third down a couple more times. And then the last play was, they said incomplete. They didn't even look at it, though. They should have at least looked at it. They could have looked at it. I mean, come on, man. We would have sat here and waited. Sit and wait for anything else. And they weren't even going to look at it. So Penn State's down timeout because of it. Because they're trying to give them some time before they kicked it. Don't even look at it. Timeout's gone. And then they still kick it. And then it's no good. So it's still 28-3. When it probably should be 38-0. 38-3. 38-6. But it's, still 28-3 and, 3-4 score game here. So defense just got to get some stops, and offense, I mean, that was their first bad drive of the game. And it resulted in a missed field goal, Ryan Barker's first miss of the season. I don't know what to say. Other than that, I don't. It's just, that's frustrating. It's not as bad as last week, but that's so frustrating. That you should have points this third quarter. You should have at least 3, if not 7, if not 10. You should, but they don't. So it is what it is. 28-3 here. And it's going to be Washington ball. 1st and 10 from that spot. So both kickers have missed field goals now and down in the north end zone, I might add. So obviously had a doink and then a wide left. Washington got their field goal down in the south end zone, student section, and then Penn State with 4 touchdowns. But yeah, 28-3 here, 5 and change to play here in the third. From the 27, 1st and 10. And Jalen Reed and Kobe King on the stop.
Just a quick observation from the Washington sideline. Even with the change in quarterback, starter Will Rogers remains active.
So,
Engaged. He is the first guy to greet his teammates and encourage them after each possession.
yeah. Same old in that. We know. Second and 5. And 3rd and a yard coming up.
Yeah, they got to keep this moving right here. Big drive for Washington. Do they get the turnover and a field goal? Penn State drives down, misses a field goal. This is a big possession for Washington to get back in this game. They can put some points on the board, really punch it in the end zone. Find themselves back in this football game.
And just think if they had the field goal from earlier and they'd score soon, they'd only be down 2 scores going in the 4th quarter. 3rd and a yard, they get the first down. And give them credit.
True freshman. Picks up 5. Drive stays alive.
When you put Devon Williams in the game, this is what you get. You get more carries for Adam Muhammad, more carries for Jonah Coleman. You got to be aware of him, Devon Williams in the run game.
So from the 41, pressure, down he goes with the balls thrown and somehow caught. Probably should have been picked off, but yeah, caught first down.
Welcome to this game. He gets drilled and puts the ball down the field. Denzel Boston finds him down the sideline, but watch this.
Yep.
We talk about you don't have that much time. Abdul
Carter
Carter's
and Ellie's Devon J. Thomas
going up and get that 50-50.
were there to hit him right as he threw it, and then somehow, someway, he came down with the catch. And then stuffed, no gain on the play, 2nd and 10. Carter fixing himself. So 3-2-3 and counting to play in the 3rd, 28-3. And some trickery. They'll run a reverse far side. That's a hold. Come on. Right in front of the fucking ref, too, and they don't call it. How is that not called? I mean, seriously. That's the problem I have. We don't call it down the middle, and we don't make the fucking clear penalties. Obvious penalties. Like, how was that not a hold? I get you're going to miss every once in a while, but, man, come on. And that's the thing with the refs. College and the NFL, they need to be full-time. They need to learn from their mistakes. You wonder why the officiating is always trash. So, missed tackle. And then they push him out. And be 4th down here in Washington, 4th and 5, they say. They were. That's because they were. From the 29, 4th and 5. Play clock winding down. Are they going to get it off? Yep. And pump fake. Should have been sacked. Rolling out. Going to tuck it and run. He's going to get a first down.
That's the element they loved when he played sparingly throughout the year and uses those wheels to move the chains.
Hey, Washington, most everybody's covered up. He's got time.
So, I mean, he's not playing bad at quarterback. He's not. You know, UCLA came in a month ago and their quarterback didn't play that bad either. And you see Washington making a change. Big hit, pass incomplete. So 2nd and 10. USC's making a change at quarterback. Oregon's going to after this year, in next year, but we'll see how these 4 teams fare in the Big Ten, just not this year, but over time. I mean, look at Oregon coming in year 1, and they're number 1 in the country. And then Washington's probably the second best team out of the 4. And then it's a toss-up with USC and UCLA, depending on the game and depending on the day. Tackle for loss, 3rd down. So 3rd and 12 from the 24. They need the 12. Empty set. Slant over the middle, incomplete, 4th down. They're going to have to kick it now. You're not going to go for it on 4th and 12. It's 4th and 2, yeah, but not 4th and 12. And then you're going to hope to get some stops, but you're still going to be down 3 scores. Even if you do kick it or even if you do go for it, because 18's 9-9 and 9's a 2-score game. 18's a 3-score game. So they're going to go for it here on 4th and 12. Play clock winding down. And that's a delay of game. Unless they called a timeout, and they did. Okay. So they'll have 1 left. Got 29 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. And 4th and 12 coming up. They did line up to go for it. Now whether they will when we come back or kick it or whatever, I don't know. We'll see. So back to these scores from last week. We did all the top 25, so these are all the other games that happened last week in college football. Oklahoma beat Maine 59-14. Took overtime for Northwestern to beat Purdue 26-20. Also, Syracuse beating Virginia Tech in overtime 38-31. NC State with a 59-28 win over Stanford. Buffalo went to Akron and won 41-30. Toledo won by a point, 29-28. UTSA with a 44-36 win against Memphis. Vandy won at Auburn 17-7. App State 28-20 win over Old Dominion. UAB 59-21 win over Tulsa. UCLA went to Lincoln, Nebraska and beat the Cornhuskers 27-20 as they lost another 1-score game. They were 5-1. They've lost 3 in a row. They're 5-4. Looking to get their 6th win in bowl eligibility for the first time in damn near a decade at this rate. North Carolina beat Florida State 35-11. Arizona State beat Oklahoma State 42-21. UCF almost put up 60 on Arizona, Jed Fish's old team, as Jed Fish left Arizona for Washington after Kalen DeBoer left UW for Tuscaloosa, Alabama, after Nick Saban retired, and Alabama is still beating LSU here this evening. So UCF 56-12 over Arizona. Middle Tennessee State beat UTEP 20-13 last week. Marshall with a 28-23 win over Louisiana Monroe. Wyoming 49-45 win at New Mexico. And then Troy with a 38-24 win against Coastal Carolina. Rice 24-10 win against Navy, as that was the last game on last weekend after a weather delay, as we also had daylight savings time. Mississippi State beat UMass 45-20. Hawaii beat Fresno State by 1, 21-20. Iowa scored 40 for the 3rd time this year. They lost last night at UCLA in the Rose Bowl. 42-10 win for the Hawkeyes over the Wisconsin Badgers. Washington, as we know, coming in was 5-4, able to win at home, not on the road. They beat USC last Saturday night, 26-21. Georgia Southern with a 34-30 win at South Alabama. Colorado State 38-21 win at Nevada, and Baylor beat TCU 37-34. So we'll recap this week shortly, along with a preview for next week still to come as well. Stay tuned. Washington's still going to line up to go for it here. 4th and 12, 29 seconds to play in the third quarter. It's 28-3, Penn State. Trips in a bunch, top of your screen. And get the snap. Penn State with pressure. How do you avoid that sack? Pass in the end zone. Gonna be caught. Now they say flag on the play. Pass interference, but what way? Did it go against Washington, or did it go against Penn State? And we got an injury as well, so hopefully he's okay. Pass interference on Penn State, 15 yards, automatic first down. So they said incomplete, no touchdown, or else they would have declined that. And that would have been a big play. I mean, shit, how the hell did he not go down on a sack right there? Missed tackle again. Too many of those this season by Penn State defensively. And, okay, yeah, did fall incomplete, but they got the PI. So it's 15 yards and a first down on 4th and 12. Okay, I mean, come on. And they'll take an injury timeout. It'll be 1st and 10 Washington. Still 28-3 Penn State, but 21 seconds to play in the third quarter, and they got to do set downs with the penalty. Thus far, this week 11, though, in college football. Earlier this week, on Tuesday, Bowling Green beat Central Michigan 23-13. Also in the MAC, Miami, Ohio beat Ball State 27-21. Ohio shut out Kent State, who is still winless at 0-9, 41-0. Northern Illinois 42-28 win at Western Michigan. On Thursday, we had Coastal Carolina beat App State 38-24, and East Carolina 49-14 win against FAU. Last night, New Mexico beat San Diego State 21-16. Memphis beat Rice 27-20. Cal with a 46-36 win cross country at Wake Forest. And Iowa went to Pasadena and lost to UCLA in the Rose Bowl 20-17. Earlier today in college football, in no particular order, we'll just work our way back up. TCU beat Oklahoma State, who's completely fallen off the face of the earth at this rate. 38-13 win for the Horned Frogs. 41-28 win for Western Kentucky at New Mexico State. Louisiana Lafayette won 55-19 against Arkansas State. Jacksonville State with an overtime win at Louisiana Tech, 44-37. South Carolina went to Vandy in a meeting between two teams who have had some upset bids or close ones at that rate so far this season. 28-7 win, though, for the Gamecocks over the Commodores. Tulane with a 52-6 win against Temple. UTEP, won in double overtime, 43-35 over Kennesaw State. James Madison with a 38-7 win over Georgia State. San Jose State went to Oregon State, 24-13 win for the Spartans over the Beavers. Duke 29-19 win at NC State. Marshall 37-3 at Southern Miss. UConn 31-23 win over UAB. Liberty won for the first time in a few weeks, 37-17 over Middle Tennessee State. Navy back in the win column, 28-7 win at South Florida. Texas State 38-17 win at Louisiana Monroe. Both West Virginia and Boston College got much needed wins, but we'll get to those games and everything else that's happened thus far today, and we'll continue on with that shortly. 1st and goal, Washington from the 9. Might be the final play of the third quarter for all we know. Out of the gun, and more missed tackles, and pushed out of the 5. 2nd and goal. Come on. I mean, seriously. Like, how the hell does a defense not know how to tackle? I mean, come on, man. So, that'll do it for the third quarter. They'll flip end zones and 28-3 Penn State with 15 minutes to play. But there are only 3 points scored there in that third quarter, and it was a Washington field goal. Where Penn State attempted one, missed one, but, you know, starting the second half off with a holding penalty on a kickoff return for a touchdown, and then a turnover a couple plays later to the field goal they have, and then you go on a drive and miss a field goal, and then, you know, they have the ball here, and, yeah, looking to score. Get a Penn State commercial and get a Washington commercial with the Husky. So a new era begins for UW in the Big Ten. And we'll get back to the action shortly. We'll update some stats from this game a little bit later on as well. Alabama's rolling against LSU. Like, Tiger fans are leaving the stadium. And they got another whole quarter to play. Like, roll Tide for Bama. They are blowing out LSU. As we had a few upsets earlier, this probably tops it, because this was arguably the game of the day and eliminator, if you will, because they both already have 2 losses, and obviously they want it more. Showing out. As mentioned, West Virginia and Boston College, I thought they got much needed wins because both at 4-4. Now another win, so 31-24 win for WVU at Cincinnati in the Bob Huggins Bowl. BC beat Syracuse. Obviously, that's a rivalry for the Eagles. 37-31 win over the Orange. Rutgers beat Minnesota 26-19 in the top 25. Army beat North Texas 14-3. Clemson scored 24 unanswered after being down 7-0 at halftime at Virginia Tech, winning 24-14. Colorado went to Texas Tech, won 41-27. Kansas upstate Iowa State 45-36, so Iowa State's now lost 2 in a row. Indiana won at home against Michigan 20-15. The Hoosiers are 10-0 for the first time ever. Texas 49-17 win against the Florida Gators. And then Miami lost earlier 28-23 at Georgia Tech. And Georgia lost earlier today as well at Ole Miss 28-10. Ohio State shut out Purdue, who Penn State plays at next week, 45-0. Arizona State with a 35-31 win against UCF. And Oregon beat Maryland officially 39-18, your final score. There's still one game to kick off here tonight. It's Utah State, Washington State. So then everything else that I'm about to say is, in fact, ongoing. All either early or deep in the second half, it looks like. And a little bit of everything. Some blowouts, some close games. So, meantime, second goal Washington begin this fourth and final quarter of play from the 5-yard line. And trouble with the snap and a loss, so third and goal from the 7. But okay, RPO, and the quarterback wanted to keep it, but by the time he gave it to the back held on to it, and then he was wrapped up, so there's nothing he could do, and tackle for loss, third and goal from the 7. Empty set. And down he goes on the sack. Yep, down to the 18. And fourth and goal, and well, we'll see if they kick it or if they still go for it, because they've had a few of those decisions to make here tonight. And I mean, really could have went either way. You know, if only they would have had some points earlier tonight, this game would, one, be a hell of a lot closer, but would have a little bit of an easier decision to make and probably just end up kicking it. You know, but at the same point in time, you could have still kicked it on probably one or two occasions being down the way they were, and they're still going to kick it now anyway. So, like, you take your points while you can get them. You don't know how the rest of the game is going to play out. Because Penn State's gone cold in the second half. They have. Field goal up and good. So 28-6. 13:33 to play. Penn State can get the ball back with 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Washington with 1 timeout and the 2-minute warning. But yeah, you look at UW. They probably should have 9 points. You know, so still end up scoring a touchdown or 2. I mean, if they would have that other field goal, they're right in this game. But yeah, just Penn State on the flip side, 28-0 at halftime, and tough third quarter. Very tough third quarter. Like, everything was going their way, and then nothing's been going their way. Like, they got to get back in a groove. They got to finish this game strong. So, from the 35, Washington will kick off. And they'll squib it. And a return from the 15. And a return to the 30. Is that Omari Evans? Yes. They're going to be him or Cam Miller. So, 1st and 10, Penn State from the 30, up 28-6. As ongoing in college football right now, Tennessee's up on Middle Tennessee State 33-14. Notre Dame's blown out Florida State 44-3. Alabama the same at LSU, blowing out the Tigers. Tide are rolling in Baton Rouge 35-6. Missouri 16-9 lead at home against Oklahoma. Boise State's up on Nevada 21-14. Virginia's up at Pitt 21-13 at the end of the third quarter. UNLV's on the islands of Hawaii at the Rainbow Warriors up 12-10. Fresno State Air Force tied at 7. And BYU Utah tied at 0. And then Utah State, Washington State literally just kicked off. So 0 apiece there. And we'll preview week 12 at some point in time from now until when we sign off. So stay tuned. 2nd and 10 for Penn State after nothing on the first play of that drive. And they get maybe 4 or 5 yards up the middle. So 3rd down already. Manageable, though. So let's see if they can convert. They've converted on all but one 3rd down here tonight. So Warren in motion. Aller looking to throw, looking his way, and it's going to be caught by him. He breaks a tackle and gets upfield and gets a 1st down. I mean, that's a football move. He's a football player. I mean, just get upfield, north, south. Thank you. Enough of this east-west bullshit that everybody wants to do. Just boom, give it to him. So Warren goes in motion again. And they'll hand off. And, yeah, no gain on the play. 2nd and 10.
We've seen a little bit of everything from Tyler Warren tonight. He was actually getting recruited as a quarterback out of high school. That's until he sent out his basketball highlights. Warren told me 5 or 6 schools responded to his film asking if he wanted to play tight end. He said making a decision to
4 times. This being the dunking highlights from his high school. It gets better every time.
So from the 41, 2nd and 10. You got to do something in the second half. I mean, you just can't do everything you did in the first half and then nothing in the second half. Because then it's a total reverse of what they normally would do. Down the seam, Liam Clifford, 1st and 10. You know, normally it's a slow start, and then they're coming on strong in the second half. Tonight it was no first half, it's balls to the wall, and they're blowing them out 28-0 at halftime, and then not a damn thing in the second half. It's like, come on, man. Big first down though, right there. So got to keep it up, continue to drive, momentum, and drive and score. You know, if only they were able to click literally on all cylinders throughout the whole entire third quarter, keep us going in the fourth quarter. I mean, that's the whole entire game. Like, as Aller goes deep into the end zone, nobody there, incomplete, intended for Evans, or Walls, excuse me, 6, not 5. And so, yeah, just too much inconsistency in the second half. Second and 10. Oos, Vegiona motion, they toss it near side, and Allen, the fat man, Katron gets to about 33. They're still pushing him out of bounds. No penalty on that for... I mean, come on, ref. Yeah, you let him play, but the penalties they fucking call tonight, man, are just not penalties. There's been a few clear ones that I said earlier, yeah, they were. It is what it is, but it's like any other time they'd be fucking calling this bullshit. You know, and then we get accustomed of, well, you're used to calling it, or we're used to them calling it, and then they don't call it. 3rd and 5, they run a shuffle pass over the middle. Tyler Warren, who would have thought? You know, guess who? 44, and he gets a first down on a pickup of about 8, maybe 10 yards. So move the sticks again. Keep it up. So just work some clock here. You know, keep it up. Remember, Warren has 2 rushing touchdowns. He doesn't have those. This game's a fucking 1-score game, 14-6. You know, with everything else that has happened. And Aller pass intended for Warren, incomplete. He's probably going to need a breather here. I mean, where the hell is Khalil Dinkins? Where's Luke Reynolds at? You know, they did have Andrew Rappel, yeah. He went down with an injury. And then they obviously don't like Jerry Cross because he doesn't fucking play. You know, they have depth in the tight end room, but it's all Tyler Warren. I might have to get myself a 44 jersey because, like, he's just old school. You know, and if you know me personally, yeah. Old school mentality. To the 22... Be a 3rd and 7. Yeah, exactly. Like, just old school football up front. Run the damn ball. You know? Like, ground and pound. Run the fucking power. Because it was pretty pathetic last week. They couldn't even get a fucking yard. A yard. You know, when they needed it. For Beulah in the gun, Aller, bottom of your screen. Gotta go. Play clock winding down. Gotta go. Snap the goddamn ball. And they will hand off to the fat man. And he's going to be short. It'll be 4th and 1. Kick it. I mean... They'll probably go for it. You might as well go for it. You're up 28-6. It's not like you don't get it. 8 minutes to play. They drive and score. They win or anything like that. But still, draw up something here on 4th and a yard that, you know, you want to get used to playing or used to that you're used to using. You want to continue to use it, and well, it's just simple run up the middle. But you don't want to give too much away. So they'll move the 6, 1st and 10. I mean, keep it up. Just run some fucking clock. Like, just overall, like, they've still left so much off the field on the field. And they'll run the option, and Perbula pitches it to Allen, and he gets a couple yards. Because it's that third quarter, it was too inconsistent. Like, they should have more than 28 points they have, but it is what it is. Like, I'm not going to argue. Because a win's a win at the end of the day here. Especially after as frustrating and pissed off as everybody's been the past week for the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions. Gonna be nice to get back in the win column. I mean, a score here is gonna for sure ice it, even though it's already been iced. That's why I said though, at least do fucking something in the second half. Score, whether it's a field goal, touchdown, just get something. And they score here. This crowd's gonna empty out. And a handoff. Be 1st and goal. Powell still going with the 3. So they are getting some playing experience. Talked about the tight ends. They're finally using Dinkins a little bit here more tonight, and Reynolds as well, more so in the blocking game. But then Corey Smith at running back's getting some time. He was the one on that previous run. 1st and goal from the 3. And pass complete. Warren near side, and he's going to get a hat trick? No, not yet. To the 2 he goes. 2nd and goal. Who was it earlier this year? Cam Wallace, that's right. 26 at running back. Went down with an injury. Hasn't played since. He was the 3, and then since then it's just been a 1-2 punch with Singleton, the fat man, still. So Corey Smith, 24, getting some action. Fat man gonna run it in though. Touchdown Penn State with 4:50 to play, and Final State, track your game and win. And yeah, now I'll predict victory for the and. We are Penn State, but just hit the hole and go. Yeah. Also running back, Quentin Martin, 25, played a little bit earlier this year too, I might add. He was the one that got him over the hump for most yards in a single game in program history earlier this year. Got another injury. Hopefully he's okay. But as I'll take a break, give us the Big Ten commercial again. There's Washington, and it's right on the lake, right on the water. Yeah, seemingly ball game. Penn State runs it in, and at least they do something there, rather than not do anything at all in the second half. And it's like, well, you're up 20-0, you don't score at all. It's like, well, did they change anything? No. But they are going to get back on the horse, which you still don't get too high on. But they'll go to Purdue next week. And Purdue only has 1 win. Okay, so take that for what it's worth. Obviously, still got to play the game, but Yeah, Purdue only has one win. Obviously, Penn State went out there a couple years ago to begin the season and got a big win. You know, as time was running out on them, but no, they, you know, offensively, defensively, special teams is where you get your playing time, though, for sure. They have depth. You know, that's what I was saying earlier, too. Just get out healthy. But if there's some guys you want to get some playing time for, then okay, especially in a game like this, then all right. And we'll see how next week pans out, because it might be the same thing, you know. But Purdue with a good home schedule with Notre Dame, Oregon, and Penn State. Game at 3:30 next week on CBS. I'll have live play watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. Yeah, obviously everybody that's on scholarship is going to go, for the away game. But 2 weeks from now, going to Minnesota because they haven't won there in 14 years. They haven't won Minnesota since 2010. That'll be the game that it's like, well, we'll see. And then it's Maryland here on Senior Day, and we know how they play on Senior Day. So that's what, once again, after last week into this week, and okay, they're playing like this tonight, getting back in the win column. It's control, as I said earlier, take care of business, for it to sort itself out. You know, we talked about scores earlier. Already had some teams that had them lose. So they'll rise in the rankings. They could have done so much fucking more, though. It's just they got stuck and couldn't get it unstuck until this drive. And it all started with the holding, the turnover, and a couple minute, span of early third quarter coming out of halftime with the kickoff return and so on and so forth. And then that's what I said, with momentum, you got to keep it. So extra points up and good. So they scored. We went to break because of the injury. Came back from break, kicked the extra point. We're going back to break. 35-6 Penn State. 4 to play. And we'll go from there. We'll update final stats and scores from this game. We'll go final. Give a recap post game, as we always do, and preview next week a little bit. It was really with what I just said anyway. Unless there is anything else to add, come that time, which honestly probably won't be. Probably save for next week, as I tried to. So, obviously, thanks for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe. Link in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always great appreciate it as well. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. And then be sure to tune back in next week. And on the week after that. And the week after that. They got 3 more regular season games after tonight. We'll see come conference championship weekend. Playoff time. Where they're at. There's still a lot of football to be played. And that's what circles back around to just take care of business. Okay, just take care of business. Got some flags on the play here with Alabama, LSU. And it's bad with the Tide rolling as much as they are for the Tigers. They have their backup quarterback in. And LSU's just frustrated. They're pissed off. They're fighting. So, penalties for that. Fans were throwing shit on the field earlier. So, penalties for that as well. But you're starting to look at potential matchups if they can continue to take care of business. No doubt about it. If they're somehow going to buy, if it's a first-round game at home, first-round game on the road, it's obviously still one game at a time, though. Finish this one up, and then Purdue next week, and go from there. But speaking of next week, as Penn State plays at Purdue, we'll have games on Tuesday in Week 12 already, college football. Like, where the hell is the season gone? I mean, seriously, this is just football season normally goes by fast, but this year is just absolutely flown. Like, just it's almost Thanksgiving. It'll be Christmas in another month. And Sweet Caroline, eat shit Pitt. They were losing. Penn State up 35-6 here. But they'll kick off. Washington getting the ball. And obviously they'll fall to 5-5. Wish them well. They'll have, as mentioned, UCLA next week, next Friday. We'll get to that game here in a minute. But then they have a late bye, I might add. Before then they play... Who do they play in 2 weeks? Because they really just need to either beat UCLA or Washington plays Oregon. That's right, duh, because that's the rivalry game, with two of them. Washington says fuck the Ducks, and Oregon says fuck the Huskies. So, just in the Pacific Northwest, in the woods, from the Pac-10 to the Pac-12 to the Big Ten, rivalry will continue. So, second down coming up here for Penn State, or Washington, excuse me, as Penn State makes a stop there on first down. And Robinson was the one on the stop. And, yeah, they're getting some playing time now for some defenders, I might add, too. 2nd and 16, pass far side, caught before he was pushed out of bounds. But a third down coming up with 3 and change to play. So, yeah, we'll preview Week 12 here shortly. We'll have games Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, next Saturday. Quarterback run out past midfield. He's still running. And they finally get to him and push him out. And 1st and 10. Yeah. He just took off and... well, that's a hold, but how don't they tackle in the open field? I'll tell you how, because they can't. They haven't been able to all season long, from starters to backups. It doesn't fucking matter. They cannot tackle in the open field. From the 34-yard line, 1st and 10, Washington. And more missed tackles, and then a big hit. That would be Tyrese Mills, 14, on the tackle. And 2nd and yard, they'll give them the first down. 92, Smith Vilbert, and I believe 24 was also on the stop. That would be Robinson from Brashear down in Pittsburgh. 1st and 10. As obviously here in the state of Pennsylvania, the PIAA high school football state playoffs are underway. Pass in the end zone incomplete. Got a penalty on the play. And it might be against the Penn State defense on a Davian Collins, 29, who almost picked off his former teammate earlier. Yeah, pass interference on Penn State. 15 yards, automatic first down. Yeah, that's a good call. From the, where they at, 9-yard line, 1st and goal, pump fake, Boys sack, roll out, pass the end zone, incomplete with 10 Day on the coverage. The one Lane, he's the one that took over for Winston earlier this year. He's played a little bit, but not much. They've figured it out with Elliott Washington's been playing a lot in the secondary since then. But second goal after the incompletion, 2:11 to play.
Here's Penn State again, all up on the line of scrimmage. They just continue.
And bring the house, and down he goes on the sack, back with a 22. Who is that? 29, Davian Collins. He just got called on the PI. Well, he makes up for it, and they brought everything except the kitchen sink on that, and down he goes on the sack. 3rd and goal with 2 minutes to play. So 2-minute warning, 35-6 Penn State. And, Washington's just going to try to do something, but obviously the game's been over, and it's going to for sure be over here in 2 minutes. So, next week in college football, on Tuesday, we'll have Ball State, Buffalo, Western Michigan, Bowling Green, Central Michigan, Toledo. On Wednesday, Kent State looking for their first win. They play at Miami, Ohio. Akron, Northern Illinois, Eastern Michigan, Ohio. Next Thursday will be East Carolina and Tulsa. Next Friday will be Wyoming, Colorado State, North Texas, UTSA, Houston, Arizona, and then Washington hosts UCLA next Friday night. So, like I was just saying with UW, they got to win one of their next 2 to become bowl eligible because they'll fall to 5-5 after the loss tonight here at Penn State. Host UCLA bye week, and then they play Oregon. But then UCLA still has to win out to become bowl eligible. So a lot on the line next Friday night, as that game will be in Seattle. Next Saturday, speaking of Oregon, they'll be at Wisconsin. Ohio State will be at Northwestern. Penn State will be at Purdue. Cincinnati at Iowa State. And Washington State at New Mexico. Along with Michigan State, Illinois, Rutgers, Maryland. Nebraska's going to the Coliseum to take on Southern Cal. Texas at Arkansas is a old school rivalry. Obviously, because of Nixon, kept Penn State from winning the national championship in the late 1960s, I might add. Pitt's going to host Clemson. Utah, Colorado is a rivalry game as well. The game will be at noon next week, Eastern time, so fucking 10 a.m. local kick in the mountains. Liberty at UMass, so give me liberty or give me death with the Flames and Minutemen. Louisiana Tech, Western Kentucky, Tulane's at Navy. Louisiana Monroe, Auburn. Coastal Carolina at Marshall. Murray State's going to be at Kentucky. Alabama was going to win at LSU. They're blowing out the Tigers, okay? Crowd is left. Backup quarterbacks in. They're still fucking scoring on them. But the Tide will welcome 9-1 Mercer next Saturday afternoon, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. FIU, Jacksonville State, Florida Atlantic Temple. Syracuse is going to go to the Bay Area to take on the Cal Bears. Sam Houston State, Kennesaw State, Hawaii, Utah State, Notre Dame hosting Virginia. Boston College is going to go to SMU. LSU at Florida is normally a good game. Louisville and Stanford, along with Air Force hosting Oregon State. But in the meantime, they'll wind the clock. 4th and goal coming up here for Washington. And here's your ball game, folks. 35-6 Penn State. But the final play for UW. And then Penn State can just knee it out if they get a stop here on 4th and goal. And they would have forced only 2, make it 3 field goals. Boom, big hit. Collins again. So turnover on downs. Penn State can knee it out from here. 35-6 going to be your final score. No, but technically force them to 3 field goals. Only give up 2. You know, like only giving up less than 20 points a game for the most part this season. Most that they gave up was 30 at USC. Last week was 20 against Ohio State, but 1st and 10 from the 8. Is that Aller at quarterback? High snap. No, it's Perbula. And he'll hand off. And Corey Smith's going to go out past midfield, and he's still on his horse. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, down to the 8-yard line. From the 8 to the 8, he almost had a house call. Buckle up. I don't know if they'll score now or not. They should have just fucking kneed it there. But they just ran a simple sweep, and he's off to the races. And he ran out of gas, or else he would have scored. Yeah. So from the, where are they at, 14-yard line, 9-yard line, 14-yard line. 1st and 10, they'll run it again. Smith again. And he gets a decent margin, about a minute to play. You know, it would be probably... Somebody knows what the over-under is, I'll tell you that much. It's 35-6 with it over-under around 47, 48. Some would say, yeah, running up the score, but they're just running 3 plays, 3 runs here, 4 runs, when they could have and should have probably just taken a knee, no doubt about it. But like I said, somebody knows the over-under. They're gonna cover, and then they might win some people some more money if you had the over. If you had the over. 20 seconds on 3rd and 1 from the 6. And they'll hand off Smith again. And no. And 5 seconds will tick off unless they call a timeout, which they're not going to. 3, 2, 1. Win. Penn State beats Washington 35-6. So hopefully you had the under. That's all I'll say. Especially after that long run. Pyro with the fireworks to celebrate the whiteout win. Post-game handshakes. We get in an interview. So they're going to take a break, and we'll get back to it here shortly. What time is it? About after 11. All right. About a 3-hour game. 3rd quarter went by pretty quick, I thought. Knew the team was really doing a hell of a lot. But I just haven't checked the time. I didn't know if we were before on a night game or if this game was running late or whatever. It's been
Thanks.
running with it, and Penn State gets back in the win column. So 35-6 your final score. You're probably looking at another 10 points, say they left off the board. Maybe 17. You know, with that last run that got them goal to go, and then, you know, time runs out on them. So I'm not going to say they couldn't have punched in there. Game's over, obviously. But that kickoff return for a touchdown, clear-cut holding penalty, no doubt about it. Like I said, I'm not going to argue that. And then you have the catching a fumble a couple plays later, and then they get a field goal out of it. Like, you also missed a field goal on your next drive. Like, they didn't really have a hell of a lot going for them as they were up 28-0 at halftime. So, like I said, do the math then. At that point, it's 38. They finished with 35, you know, because they scored another 7. So they had the 38, get the 45. Only gave up 6 on 2 field goals, forced 3. You know, they still can't tackle in the open field defensively for the most part. But they didn't give up a touchdown tonight. You know, they only gave up 2 field goals. So cover, 2 touchdowns, and like I said, hopefully you had the under with that last big run. Because it seemed like the under was going to hit anyway. 47, 48, depending on, where you would have looked and what you would have had. But then he breaks off that long run, and it's like, oh shit, he's going to score. And then he, ran out of gas and got pushed out of bounds. And then, a couple more runs and nothing, and time runs out on him. So 35-6 your final score if you can do math. But Penn State will sing the alma mater. We know what happened last week. We know how the week's been. But for the glory of Old State, we are. And they're 8-1 now. 35-6 win tonight over Washington. So they're 3-0 against the 4 total Pac-12 schools that came in not playing Oregon this year. So proud of him as he always is. What's new? 5th straight whiteout win. 1-0 today. Yeah, they did improve. I mean, they had a 28-0 halftime lead. They had 4 drives and 4 touchdowns in the first half. But it's that third quarter was too inconsistent. Yeah. Yeah, they made stops when they had to for the most part. Yep. Yep. And that's what you want. You want to control. Just back to last week once again, if only. But I'll shut up on that, because you move on and get a win tonight. And Penn State at Purdue next week. So they're 6 after they fell from 3 to 6. Yeah, Miami lost, Georgia lost. They'll, like I said earlier, they'll rise in the rankings. It's just to where. But what a night. From late December back in 63 to November of 24. Another whiteout win for Penn State. So they'll sign off, and we'll do the same here momentarily. We're going to continue to preview next week and recap this game and go from there. So big win, much needed win. Like I said, they left some stuff out there for sure. Alabama beats LSU as I speak. Game has gone final. So really, what the fuck? Really, there's only a couple games on right now. So, like I said, from the recap last week, the recap today, we already know all that. Let's, before we give a full recap of this game, because I don't know how long I'm going to talk about it. Just before I forget, and just get up to date on all this. Continue to preview next week. I believe we left off with Oregon State Air Force, which will also be next week at 3:30. So we'll figure out what games we're watching with the Penn State game. But yeah, Penn State plays at Purdue next Saturday at 3:30. So celebrate it as they always do. put it to bed and get ready for next week. It'll be a short week because they got to travel on Friday, and then from a night game to an early kick, especially Central Time. So, also next week, you'll have South Florida, Charlotte. Baylor's going to West Virginia in the Big 12. Troy and Georgia Southern. JMU, ODU in UVA. Mizzou's at South Carolina. Arkansas State, Georgia State. Boise State, San Jose State. Arizona State, Kansas State. And then South Alabama at Louisiana, Lafayette. Southern Miss, Texas State. The big one next week, even though Georgia lost, they'll host Tennessee. That'll be next Saturday night, along with Oregon and Wisconsin. New Mexico State, Texas A&M, Wake Forest, North Carolina, UAB, Memphis. BYU is going to host Kansas. Obviously, they're at Utah right now. And then San Diego State is at UNLV. We'll talk NFL tomorrow, so be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube then for more live play-by-play watch-along reactions at 1 o'clock as Penn State hosted the Washington Huskies. The black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers will be at the Washington Redskins football team, Commanders, whatever the hell you want to call them. So be sure to tune back in. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. So we'll talk the NFL. Then we'll recap last week as the Steelers are on bye week. See what goes on tomorrow. Preview next week as well. And obviously go from there. Let these final stats and scores update for Washington Penn State. They have won, the blue and white have, on November the 9th, for the first time in 22 years, with a 35-6 win here this evening against the Washington Huskies. They had lost 2 in a row in 19 and 13. And obviously just with how dates are, come around on that very same day of the week once every 5-6 years. And then it's, well, do they also play or not play on that date? So that's why you have, a gap. So they're 10-6-1 now. Penn State is on November the 9th. First win since 2002. In which they, even though, well, no, sorry, that was a different game. From non-conference that late in the season to, hey, they're back in the win column in conference play also on this date. So just took them a while. I thought Aller played well against Washington's pass defense. Like I said earlier, the stat there was Washington defensively in the passing defense category, first in the Big Ten, second in the country. And Aller finished with officially 220 yards passing and a touchdown. But then Penn State also had 40 carries for 266 yards rushing and 4 touchdowns. So, that's why I said with that earlier, well, run the goddamn ball. Get the defense off balance. You want to be balanced on offense yourself. Have some consistency, some rhythm build up, some momentum. They were up 28-0 at halftime. And then the third quarter rolled around, penalty and the turnover cost them. Really hurt. And they couldn't get back into sync until they, went and scored in the fourth quarter. Got the ball back, and then almost scored again as time was expiring. But 35-6 is how they bounced back after last week. You're looking at, like I said, though, probably another 10 points they left out there from the touchdown early third quarter to the missed field goal. So 35-6 your final score. Could have been a little bit more than that, but let alone, well, they still could have scored, late in the game there when I thought they were just going to knee it out. And then, well, they got backups in, so they're just getting playing time, getting them some experience, so they're going to run. You know, it's not like they're fucking throwing on him. You know, they just ran, and then he broke one. Like, what are you supposed to do? You know? Well, tackle him, obviously, but, like, I can understand one side of it to the other about score-wise, and whether you're trying to run it up or not, but, because that's what, the second time in 3 weeks they could have just kneeled it out. You know, at the end of the game, they did it at Wisconsin, ran a couple plays, the game was over, did it tonight, same thing. They're just getting reps, you know, so I wouldn't look much into it. People can say what they want. I'm not fucking, you know, going there. So Washington with the loss, they fall to 5-5. Wish them well. They'll need to win one of their next two to become bowl eligible. They should be able to do that next week, next Friday night, before they go on a bye and then play Oregon. Penn State, obviously, still 3 games because they already had their 2 byes. One mid-September and one, almost a month ago already, mid to late October. But so I said, where the hell's time gone? Football season normally does go by fast, but this football season has absolutely flown. And has gone faster than years prior, I've thought myself personally. I don't know what you think. Let me know in the comments below. Along with what you thought of tonight's game. And once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. So, I think I'm going to eat some more cupcakes and peanut butter cups to celebrate, no doubt about it. Even though that was how we got over last week's loss into Washington. So, yeah, they bounced back with a 35-6 win. Probably left some points out there, no doubt about it. Like Franklin said after the game, you know, first half-wise, they were efficient. Could have finished stronger than they did, but they didn't. But oh well, like they still were in control and controlled the game. So, because we'll look at these stats and you'll see why Penn State won and why Washington lost. So we'll get to that, but obviously from last week, nobody likes to lose. You always want to win, but every once in a while you're going to have a bump in the road. It's how do you get past it? Well, tonight is a start, and they, you know, go to Purdue down next week, so it's on to the Boilermakers and chugga chugga choo choo. We'll see if they can railroad their season some more, as they've had it real tough. Like I said, Purdue's only won 1 game so far this year. Or does Penn State get railroaded? So only time will tell. Hopefully not the latter, but you know, we'll look at these stats, and like I said, you'll be able to tell with the pass, more so the running game for Penn State compared to Washington. I mean, their backup quarterback didn't look half bad in the second half. You know, they wanted a spark. They sort of got a spark, but they couldn't find the end zone. 10-3 field goals, made 2 of them. Should have made all 3 because the first one doinked off the right upright and fell no good. Or else they would have had a 3-0 lead to begin the game before Penn State goes up 7, goes up 14, goes up 21, goes up 28. So, I don't know what the attendance record was, or excuse me, not the record. We know what the record was from last week, 111,000. I don't know what the attendance was tonight because they did not say on TV. I'm sure it was close, you know, 110,000, as they normally get for whiteouts. So 20 years of whiteouts. They've won now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row. Really should be 6, 7, 8 in a row, to be honest with you. But obviously a tough, hostile environment, just like Beaver Stadium is, whether it's a whiteout or not. You know, got 110,000 fans, home or away, you know, for that matter, like playing a factor in the game. But at the same point in time, coach still got to coach, players still got to play. And then the outcome's the outcome. But Penn State now 4-0 against Washington all time. They'll go to Seattle in 2 years in 26. As they went to USC this year, they're going to go to UCLA next year, and then they go to Washington before they go to Oregon. And then it'll be on a cycle, in a routine that way. So, yeah, Penn State 4-0, leading the all-time series now against UW, 1921, 1983 in the Aloha Bowl, 2017 in the Fiesta Bowl, and this evening. So they've won on the road at Washington, they've won at home, and they've won out west in bowl games. Literally out west in the desert, and then a little further west on the islands. And like I said, they win on November 9th for the first time since 2002. They're 10-6-1 now. And they cover, the under hits, and the offense finally fucking found the end zone with the new paint scheme, with the script, which was sight to be seen for sure. But 35-6 your final score. Stat-wise, Rogers finished 10 of 13, 59 yards. Interception led to 7 Penn State points. Williams had 10 attempts with 6 completions, so 6 of 10 for 60 yards. I mean, that's a good average. So as a team, Washington passing was 16 of 23 between the two quarterbacks, 119 yards, and the INT. Williams, the backup quarterback, also led the team in rushing with 10 carries for 38 yards on the ground. Coleman, 11 of 24. Muhammad, 8 of 20. They had 33 carries as a team for 74 yards rushing. That's not good. Boston, 2 catches, 35 yards. Jackson, 5 of 23. Hunter, 2 of 21. Reynolds, 2 of 13. Bruner had 11 total tackles. Like, you talk about linebacker. You talk about a typical Penn State linebacker. Well, there you go with him. But his dad did play for the Pittsburgh Steelers, though, too, I might add. So he has that grittiness already in him. 2 of 3 on field goals. They went for it a couple times on 4th down. They only punted twice. As you look at the team stat-wise, Penn State was pretty damn near perfect on 3rd down tonight. So they finished off with. Okay, Washington had 14 first downs. They were 4 of 13 on 3rd down and 2 of 3 on 4th down. They didn't even crack 200 total yards. With 193 total, 119 passing and 74 yards rushing. Had 4 penalties for 24 yards. The turnover that led to 7 Penn State points. Obviously, Penn State had a turnover too that led to 3 Washington points. Penn State won the turnover or the time of possession by 3 minutes. We'll get more into that in a minute. Back to these individual stats. Drew Aller for Penn State passing. As he had 3 carries, 12 yards on the ground. Was 20 of 28, 220 yards passing, and a touchdown. That to Julian Fleming just prior to halftime to go up 28-0. And Fleming had the 2 catches for 19 yards and the score. Because Bo Perbula started it off with a 8-yard rushing touchdown to go up 7-0. Tyler Warren with another damn good game. Had 8 catches, 75 yards receiving. But he had 3 carries, 7 yards rushing, and 2 rushing touchdowns to have Penn State go up 14 and then 21-0. And then it was the passing touchdown from Aller to Fleming to go up 28-0 in halftime. So Aller was 20 of 28, 220 passing, the touchdown to Fleming. The fat man, Katron Allen, had 20 carries, 98 yards rushing, and then the last touchdown to go up 35-6. Corey Smith, who was tonight's third back 5 carries, 95 yards, with 78 of those 95 yards coming on that long run just prior to the end of the game. Nick Singleton, 7 carries, 45 yards rushing, 3 catches, 14 yards for him. As the Fat Man has mentioned, 20 carries, 98 yards rushing, and a touchdown. He had to catch for 8 yards. So, yeah, maybe down the stretch here, more playing time, more experience for some of these younger guys, depending on how games go, let alone you can still play up 4 games in redshirt. So, especially at running back, as we know the quarterback situation, it's Aller, and then, they have packages for Bo Prabula. At running back, from Singleton to Allen, it was Cam Wallace earlier this year, but he went down with an injury, and then they ran with Quentin Martin a little bit, and now tonight it was Corey Smith. So we'll see if we see more of Smith and or Martin from here on out or not. But those are your rushing stats. Because as a team passing, it was Aller's 20-28 for 220 and the touchdown. Fat Man, as mentioned, he had 20 and 98 rushing and a rushing touchdown. Had a catch for 8 yards. Singleton 7 of 45, and then 3 catches, 14 yards. So they really didn't use either of them in the pass game tonight by any means. Corey Smith 5 of 95 on the ground, 78 of that on the one run. Aller 3 carries, 12 yards. Prabula with the 8-yard touchdown. Tyler Warren 3 carries, 7 yards, and the 2 rushing touchdowns. Omari Evans had that end around for a yard. Still hasn't been involved in the pass game by any means as of late. But Harrison Wallace did step up at wide receiver tonight. He had 5 catches, 84 yards. Warren behind him, 8 of 75. Clifford had a catch for 20 yards. Fleming 2 of 19 and a score. And then the backs, as mentioned. So they were trying to get some guys touches, but the offense still revolves around the run game and getting 44 of the football. Tyler Warren, Mr. Incredible. Because he would have had 11 touches, 82 yards, and 2 touchdowns tonight, rushing and receiving total. So yeah, 20 of 30, 220 and a passing touchdown, and 40 carries for 266 yards rushing as a team. And not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 rushing touchdowns. 4 rushing touchdowns. Okay? It's 28 points. Passing touchdowns, 35 points. Washington had 6 points the whole entire game with 2 field goals. Should have had another with the one that doinked, but, Penn State still held defensively to under 10 points tonight. But as I said at halftime, and remember, it's 28-0. And then early third quarter, opening kickoff for the second half. Singleton takes it to the house. But no, wait. Penalty on the play. It's coming back, holding, and it was a hold. It was. So, like I said then, even now, and since then, I'm not going to argue that. It was a clear-cut penalty. It was holding all day long. They're going to call that 10 times out of 10 times. But you still got to play through it, with all the adversity. Because tonight we're like, well, how are they going to bounce back? Well, obviously they get back in the win column, but you had everything going for you in the first half. 4 drives and 4 scores. 28-0 halftime lead. Get the ball back to begin the second half because you deferred and kicked off to begin the game. And, because of the penalty on the kickoff return for a touchdown, you get backed up a couple plays later, catching a fumble. Or was it incomplete? They looked at it, said catching a fumble on the field, it stood as called. It wasn't overturned, it wasn't incomplete. Washington ended up getting a field goal. That whole entire third quarter after that, they were nowhere to be found. Penn State went cold. They had everything going for them with momentum, as I've talked about, and then it was gone. I mean, it wasn't gone, but it was gone. You know, what they had going for them was nowhere to be found. Like, they had to get back in a groove. And it took them the whole way until, like, mid-fourth quarter to get a drive going to go score. Because after the Washington field goal, as Penn State was up 28-3, offensively, they got the ball back, drove, probably should have scored, but then they missed a field goal. And it was Ryan Barker's first of the season. So hopefully he can bounce back in the future to get back to making field goals. You know, obviously I'll take the miss tonight rather than, you know, a miss within the past couple games, no doubt about it. Because, you know, who knows what would have happened then. But you have a lead still, but it's just, you're stuck, you know, like, and nowhere to go. Washington, in the meantime, goes and kicks another field goal. Remember, they already missed one, you know, so they could have had, you know, 9 points total. If they would have got a stop or two, the game's a hell of a lot closer than the score at that point in time was showing. It truly was, you really think about it. But then Penn State just defensively in the second half, as we've seen them play so far, you know, and so good this season to this point, and hopefully it'll continue. You know, just making stop after stop after stop. And then the offense was able to eventually do something. So I said then, like, well, at least do something in the second half. And then they did, and they drove and scored, and that's when the Fat Man touchdown came into play to go up 35-6. Got a stop, got the ball back, almost fucking scored again before time expired, but could not. So those offensively are your stats. Jalen Reed and Kobe King had 7 total tackles. Carter was 6. They had 9 tackles for loss and 5 sacks. Jalen Reed had the interception. They got 7 points out of that. And like I said, kicking game, Barker was good on his 5 extra points, but missed on the field goal. And they left about probably 10 points off the board. So overall team stats here, Penn State with 24 first downs to Washington's 14. They were 10 of 13 on third down. Washington was 4-13, so 6 more conversions, because they were 8 of 8 at one point in time, and then they were incompletion that looked like a catch potentially away from going 9-9 to continue that drive. That's when the missed field goal came into play. They were 1-on-1 on fourth down, I might add, too. Had 220 passing yards, 266 rushing yards. So you add that up, they came up just short of 500 total yards tonight with 486, when Washington only had a $193. They're averaging 7 yards a pass and almost 7 yards a rush, even though they had 5 penalties, 54 yards against them. Turnover led to 3 points. They controlled the clock, 31:08 to 28:52, because they controlled the line of scrimmage, something they couldn't do last week, and they were able to get a yard. They were able to get 2 yards, 3 yards in cloud of dust, you know, so on and so forth, and were able to run the football. And it made it easier on Drew Allard to make some passes, even though, like I said earlier, stat-wise for him, who knows what it's going to turn out to be, but with the way they were playing in the first half and the way they were running the football, well, in the second half, you would think that's probably what they're going to do for the most part. And then, yeah, that's what it turned out to be. Just the way the second half turned out, is they went cold in the third quarter. Now, you know, maybe it would have been a little bit better, a little bit more. I mean, I'm not complaining by any means, but just as I said, they left probably about 10 points off the board. But just a lot of running the football, like smash mouth football. Like, welcome to the Big Ten. This is what it's going to be. But 35-6 your final score as Penn State defeats Washington here this evening in the whiteout. So I don't think I really have much else to say. So set my piece. We'll see how they continue to play from here. And yeah, hopefully we'll be along for the ride. So I will say, thank you for tuning in and watching once more. Always greatly appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Like, follow, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Links in the description below. Scan the QR code as well. But in the 20th anniversary of the Penn State whiteout, the blue and white Penn State Lions defeat the Washington Huskies this evening by your final score once again of 35-6. So that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coin Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. Once again, thanks for watching. Be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube tomorrow for the NFL, but next week and in the weeks and months to come for more Penn State football live right here on YouTube. So 35-6 your final score. The Lions defeat the Huskies, and they're now 8-1. We'll see where they rise into the rankings and the AP and the college football playoff rankings. But you know, still there for the taking, no doubt about it. Once again, control what you can control. Take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. So 35-6, your final score once again. Penn State defeats Washington. So we are